Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Tonight, we are talking about the Nancy Guthrie case. Recently, there has been an interview that Savannah came out and spoke very candidly and heartfelt with her mother. But new things we learned in that interview. And now people are going back to the crime scene. What things were said and what things have been done. A lot to talk about. Deep dive tonight on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace. Smile through pain with a painted face.
Bring it with me.
They called me too loud, too much, too strong. But honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me stand. I've been whispered about and written off, judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm in a unbreakable storm, dressed in truth and pearls. The fire don't scare me, it lights my world. You can doubt my voice, but you'll hear my name. I'm holy and hood,
Well,
and I'm done
go ahead. How you doing? Here it goes.
for everyone called too much, too loud, too real. You're not to anything. You're exactly what power looks like. I'm an unbreakable soul through the fight and flame. My scars are stories, my strength, my faith. Faith in my heart, fire in my clothes, forever divine. Clutch them pearls.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Me too, Becky. Here we go. Let's go.
Coming in clutch, better tighten them pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Piano. Lord.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls, dropping cold facts. Got the truth for the world, no smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is March 27th, 2026. It is currently 7:01 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Hello, 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 everyone. Good to see you all. Thank you all so much for joining me. Happy Friday. Thank the good Lord in heaven that it's Friday. Hopefully you guys are well, ready to start the weekend, winding down a little bit and comfy wherever you are. And you got a snack and a drink of your choice. And we've got some deep diving to go into today. So, before we get started, if you would do me a big favor and hit that thumbs up button, or if you're on the mobile, double tap that screen. It means more than you know. And if you would consider sharing the live out, just click that share button, copy that link, and drop it in any of your favorite social media. Really do appreciate that. Also, after the live, if you would consider hyping the video, YouTube gives us 3 hypes a week. If you don't use it, you lose it. And it really, really makes a difference as well. Good to see everyone in chat. I'm going to say hello to a few of you before we get started. Man, um, I'm I am really torn on this case. Very torn on this case. But we've got some talking to do. I was watching our friend Chris McDonough from the interview room last night. We're going to play a little bit of what he had to say on some things, and it made me think of some other points on this. Um, Recently, Savannah, bless her heart, came out and spoke on to Hoda Kotb on the Today Show, NBC, and just very heartfelt. But she explains what happened when she was learning about this more than tragic incident of her mother being taken. And she kind of explains the crime scene as well. We played this before, but the volume was so low when the sheriff first came out. He was outside of the yard when he spoke about this, but the volume was really, really low. I have fixed it to where the volume is a lot louder, and I have also subtitles on it. And there's a few things in there that I want to cover as well tonight because everything that happens in the beginning is very, very important. What is said, what is done. And obviously, I don't think, in my opinion, everything that the sheriff done in the first day, let alone the first few weeks, uh, you know, I think he should have done a hell of a lot more, worked with the FBI, in my opinion, and all of that. But we're going to get to it. Deb, good to see you, my dear. How you doing? Sherry, hello. Hey, Jude, bonjour. Preschool Granny, hello. Ray, good to see you, my friend. Seriously, hello. Ann, good to see you, darling. Catch up. Sheila, Connie, Sherry, Tina, good to see you. Wendy, Nancy, good to see you. Look at your text. Which text? Did you text me? Zooey, good to see you. Miss Connie, hello. There's little Texas. How you doing, Mama? Good to see you. Deb, Taco, Connie, Lovies, hello, darling. Good to see you. Christy, hello. Robini, Ginger. Who else do we got in here? Let's see here. Kim, good to see you. Miss Carol, Mary, good to see you. Good to see everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me. It's going to be a long one tonight, probably. So let's get comfy. Scout Spoo, thank you so much. You're rock star. Really do appreciate you, my dear. Hopefully you and yours are well. Thank you so much for your continued support, my love. Good to see you. Really, really do appreciate that. And Deb, hello. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. How did Savannah know her mom begged for mercy and she had no shoes on unless they are some other types of video and the two ransom notes Savannah has that we never saw? Her material facts gave clues, in my opinion. Okay. With the shoes, I think just I think you could probably explain that away with they probably knew that how many pairs of shoes she had, like the one she always wore, or maybe they were beside her bed or whatever. Um, the two ransom notes, um, the FBI did speak to the family, and they did say that they weren't putting out all of that ransom letters because they believe that there was some things in that letter that could be pertinent to the individual or individuals who did this. Um, but I do believe there are certain words that she used. And again, the word prompt has really bothered me. It really has bothered me. You have over 300 pairs of Air Jordans. Oh my God, Mike. Wow. Um, that's crazy. Good for you. Collect them. Um, so we're gonna get to a part of that in a minute, in a minute. But before we get to that, I want to play a little something from our friend Chris McDonough from the interview room. Mods, if you would be so kind and drop his channel periodically, I'd greatly appreciate it. If you have not subbed up to Chris McDonough from the interview room, he works for the Cold Case Foundation. He is a retired, I would say semi-retired homicide detective. He doesn't work for any specific agency now, but he still assists throughout the country and with the Cold Case Foundation and all that. He is the host. Him and his beautiful wife Karen are the host of the interview room, and very interesting things. Very interesting things. And I've got some more to add to that of some things. So we're going to start at a certain part here. If you remember us yesterday, we were watching our friend Deception Detective and talking about cognitive dissonance. And this is something that we're all biased in our own way and see things how we see things. But and I understand that Savannah is it would be and again, we don't know who did this. I want to make that clear. I'm not blaming anybody in any way, shape, or form. But Savannah also lives her own life, right? She lives her own life. And like I said, you can talk to your family all the time in a different part of the world and see them once or twice a year, but you really don't know a lot of things sometimes in the family. Um, Especially if there's maybe a financial issue or, there's always secrets, right? I guess in every family at some point or another, you just don't want them to know your financials or um, maybe something you're going through. Um, so I want to play something right here. And then we're going to get into something. Okay. Guys, if you're just joining us, please hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate you guys being here. It's Friday. Thank God. Hello, darling. Good to see you. What did she lash? Where was that comment? I am sorry, in my opinion, an 84-year-old lady isn't going to leave her doors open. I don't care where you live. If she did that on the regular, then she shouldn't have been left alone, in my opinion. I know a lot of people are criticizing the family for, Nancy living alone. I don't criticize that at all. Um, if I'm 84 years old and still have my mind, uh, and can get to one room or another, then I would probably be the same way. I'm not living with you. I'm living by myself, or, you know. So I get that. A lot of the neighbors said they don't lock their doors. Um, but I do think that being 84 years old and living by yourself, you would think that you would be more likely to lock your door, right? Okay, here we go. We're going to the interview room. He's got John Lamb and Bob uh, Gillum up there. I don't know if he says
And
Gillum or Gillum.
everything that was done early on, I think the sheriff is too far into this. And I do still believe there is cognitive dissonance taking place here. And if you don't know what that means, folks, you can look it up. But basically, it's the concept of, and we've seen this 1,000 times in law enforcement, where you get people that just don't want to believe the fact that somebody else could have done something. And
is that what is that why this case is not being solved? And this is the thing. Again, I'm not saying anyone is guilty in this whatsoever. However, it seems like they don't have anything. That's what it feels like, because now they're putting up billboards in Spanish. Now they're putting up billboards in Spanish. That to me tells me, oh, are we at a stop still here? Right? And yeah, absolutely, Deb. True, Justin. Statistically, these cases lead back to someone in their inner circle. Is this one of those things where it might be pointing a certain direction, but we're not going to even look that way because we can't? We won't. We are blinded. I don't know. I don't know. But I don't have faith in the sheriff. That's for sure. FBI, yeah. But they can still only do maybe so much if Sheriff Doofy's, got a hold on him.
you just can't wrap your mind around it. The first point I want to point out here is the investigative talk track, based on what I'm hearing now, has all been introduced by the family.
Okay, now
And
listen
I
to
think
this.
they followed that talk track.
Okay. And I think this is a very important point, Chris, hey, Ward, good to see you, baby. I think this is a very important point that Chris is talking about here. Because if you will notice, many times, uh, again, the last people to see someone um, is the people that's involved. Let's just be real with it. Not saying it's in this case again, but they are the ones that give the last information. You get what I'm saying? They're the ones that's going to be like, well, I dropped them off, right? They went in the house, didn't get a hold of them this morning, went to the home, opened this door. This door was propped open. So that is what investigators are essentially working with, is that last story. You got me? Is that last story. So could be something like that. Don't know. Hey, love yourself. Good to see you. Yeah, Laura. Mhm.
And I still believe today they may still be following it. Cognitive dissonance. Okay. And so let's listen to a little bit about this heart wrenching
gut wrenching. Yeah.
interview.
Yes.
Okay. Now, mind you,
Yep. Seriously, I think that's a good question. And I understand she is the kind of the matriarch of the family now, that her mom is not there. She's the one with the biggest voice, the power behind the voice and all that. But Annie and Tommaso are the ones that took care of Nancy on the daily. On the daily. Why have they not spoken out? Cameron spoke a little bit. You know what I mean?
who was the last person to see Nancy alive? The family. Who was the first group of people to see or to discover Nancy gone? The family. Who was the first individuals who came up with the theory? The family. Whose cars were impounded? Initially, the families. Whose houses were searched? Initially, the families. Whose phones were downloaded right off the bat? The families. Whose houses were again searched at 10 o'clock at night, photographs taken? The families. Whose neighbors were interviewed about their mother? The families. Who told the authorities about doors being opened and now propped open? The family. Okay. You guys be the judge.
And he's not wrong. He's not wrong on that, right? I mean, he's just not. Those and yeah, you expect law enforcement to look at the family. You expect them to look at the family. Always. But what you don't generally see in this case, or in cases like this, rather, not in this case necessarily, but they keep going back. They keep going back to the home. They're staying long hours. They're running over there during the daytime like they got something big. And then they look at the neighbors' cameras all of a sudden and digging in their backyards and all of that. So it's really tough. It's really tough. Um, I will be the absolute first to say I have no idea on this case. I usually almost always have an opinion. I don't think this guy's Tommaso. I would bet anything on it. I would bet anything on it. But just because someone isn't uh, at a scene doesn't mean they're not involved in a scene. And just because we see one person as well doesn't mean that there's not more involved. Again, I don't know. Hey, Tina, good to see you, baby. Thank you so very, very much for your support. Really do appreciate you. In my opinion, Annie and Tommaso need to talk to the public, not Savannah, especially if they want to squash rumors about them. Yeah, yeah. And, like I said last night, um, Sheriff says the family is clear. He's also said a lot of other contradicting things as well. And I think that's the reason uh, people don't really listen to him because of the multiple things that he has said and the way that they have investigated this. And like I said, if the family is clear, fine. You've cleared the family. Um, if they have no involvement, say how you cleared them. And not only that, clear the dailies, clear Carlos, right? Because if they're saying, like, stop, you know, the sheriff put out that quote and all that. Well, listen, the dailies and Carlos and them didn't ask for this either if they're 100% clear, right? If they're 100% clear too, why aren't you clearing them? It's a valid question. It's a valid question. Sheriff made it sound like it's disgusting to think otherwise of the family, but hello, then give us something otherwise. Exactly, allegedly. Exactly. And the words versus the actions of the FBI and mainly the sheriff's office has been the complete opposite, in my opinion, of what cleared looks like. Just my opinion. But I don't know. Yes, the one guy that wrote the ransom letter, he called Tommaso and Annie's phone for 12 seconds. He's the only one that I'm aware of that called them.
Well, I had given Mike for Christmas a boys' trip to go play tennis. And so he had been gone for the weekend. So I took my kids actually to Carson's. So we had a beautiful, fun night together. And then I came home and really just got home at the same time that Mike came home. We were just saying hi, putting down our stuff, and the kids were running around. And my sister called me and I said, "Is everything okay?" And she said, "No." She said, "Mom's missing." And I said, "What? What are you talking about?" She said, "She's gone." And she was in a panic. I was in a panic. I'm like, "Call 911."
Yeah.
She's like, "I did. We've called them. They're here." And we thought that she must have had like some kind of medical episode in the night, and that somehow, the paramedics had come because the back doors.
There's a lot of suspicious things around this case in a lot of different areas. Sharon, good to see you, babe. Thank you again, Lori. Thank you so much, honey. You're very kind to me. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. I really, really do appreciate you. My love, good to see you, and thank you once again. When I first heard Savannah talk about how her day was at the end to get Nancy, to get Nancy was found gone in the morning. I thought that was fishy. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? They should say that they have completely ruled out any connection between all three. Very good point, Holly. Uh, they should say that they have completely ruled out any connection between all three of the houses and cars. Be specific that there is no evidence linking them to the crime. How would that hurt the case? Bingo. Bingo, Holly, right? Say all three of these places that we've looked at, not involved, have no link to it, involved in no way. How is that going to hurt the case? How? I'll wait.
We're propped open,
Good
you
point.
know.
Okay, let's talk about that just for a second. The initial call to Savannah. And by the way, in my opinion, Savannah's off the plate.
There's still going to be people that wouldn't, Sherry. There's still going to be people that wouldn't. But I think if you would say there's just no, I think you would, say that they were cleared in any way, shape, or form. And maybe how you came to that conclusion, whether it was through, they were there all night, we had cameras or whatever. And I agree with Chris on this. I don't think for a second that Savannah knows, has anything to do with it in any way and or shape or form, or Cameron as well. They both have lives on the East Coast and have no reasoning, in my opinion, to even think about something like this.
10,000%. Her brother in Vermont is off the plate 1,000%. So here's my first question. Who passed the polygraphs? Number one, Bob, would you give Savannah a polygraph for any reason?
Well, we just don't know yet, though, Sherry. We don't know yet. I mean, this is the thing. People's always going to talk. That's just the human nature, Unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody.
If she's in New York.
Well, yes, I might. If you're polygraphing the whole family, then yes, I would include
Right.
her, whether she's in New York or not, or back east. So I may be the odd man out on this, but yeah, I would. If you're polygraphing the family, great. My question though, Chris, is who administered the polygraphs? We haven't heard that this came from the investigators or at the urging of the FBI. Was it an attorney that was retained by the family or had some connection to the family that asked that they all be polygraphed? We don't know. All we know.
I do know that polygraphs came up very quickly in the case. I think it was in the first week that I was told that they were asked to take polygraphs. Who did these polygraphs? We still don't know. Was it Pima County? Was it FBI? Was it a private company?
Is that that they've apparently passed polygraphs.
Okay, same question, John. Would you give Savannah a polygraph knowing she's in New York City?
Yes, I would. I would give everybody associated with the family polygraphs for the purpose of consistency, for the purpose of my presumption would be is that there were multiple, at a minimum, 2 people involved in this. That suggests criminal conspiracy. I don't know where the conspiracy begins or ends. So yes, I am going to do a poly. But Bob made a really trenchant point, which is who did the poly? I mean, did we go to Polygraphs R Us? I mean, depending on who did it, we know this. There are skilled polygraphers, and that there are less skilled polygraphers, and
Yes, that is
that
so true.
there could be a subtext to they were cleared, that there may be more information that is not available. But
Okay.
yes, I would have polygraphed
Thank you, me and you.
anybody really connected with the family.
Okay.
Polygraphs can
Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
polygraphs can be, and I'm not saying this is the case in every situation, polygraphs can be just like an autopsy. How many times have we heard coroners or pathologists for the defense disagreeing with the original autopsy once they commission their own medical examiner or doctor to do their own autopsy? And polygraphs are the same way, in my opinion. Okay, so polygraphs are an opinion. It's not that's why they're not, one of the reasons they're not admitted in court is because it's not a scientific measurement. It's an opinion.
It really is an opinion. It's an average. It's an average of opinions, actually, is all it is. They ask you anywhere from 3 to 5 tests in each question, or in each test, they ask you the same question, and they average, like, let's say you got a 50 on the first test, and you got, something higher on the second test, and then you got something even higher than that on the third test, and so they're going to average those numbers, those 3 numbers, and if it goes over a certain line, you passed, and if it goes below, you failed, and if it's somewhere right there in the middle, it's inconclusive. So they do work. To me, it's nothing. I think they're 65 to 70% accurate.
Opinion, right? Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. And also, so I'm assuming you guys would also say, yeah, the brother, the pilot in Vermont, you would also poly him as well.
Yes,
I would.
Okay. All right. So, and then of course the brother-in-law and the sister, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's help the audience. Let's follow the bouncing ball. Okay.
Okay, listen to that.
Last person to see mom alive, the family, the brother and the sister.
Well, yes, but technically the last person is Tommaso, technically, right? Because you got to count the drive over to the house. He did not go in with her. There was questions of, maybe he went in the beginning. He did not go in with her.
First person to see her alive, the Uber driver, and then the brother and the sister.
Listen to this.
First group of people to get to the house, brother and the sister. First officer there, after the 911 call comes in, is told a story. That story has to consist of the doors are open in the back. All right. We know there's blood on the porch. And of course, we've gone through this part of the system here. We've gone through this part of the narrative a couple of different times. I'm not going to keep repeating it here on our channel, but this idea that says, okay, well, they may not have come through the front door because of the blood. The second piece of this puzzle, and I'm thinking like the first responder, the first guy there. What do you walking up and saying, what's going on? Well, my mom's missing. Okay, she's gone. All right, well, when did you last see her? Last night. We dropped her off at 9:48, or whatever the time is going to be, 10-ish, whatever. Okay, and then what happened? Well, we went home and she was here by herself. We got a phone call from the church. She didn't show up, so we came over to check on her. All right,
No.
she's not here.
The thing that was said was Tommaso dropped his mother-in-law off, and what was it? He ensured she was safely inside before he drove off.
Okay, well, where is she? I don't know. She's never done this.
Think his way.
Okay. The Annie picks up the phone and calls New York and says to Savannah, "Mom's missing. She's gone."
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Listen.
Well, call 911. We already did. They're here now. So Annie is alerting Savannah that mom has disappeared right away. Okay.
Bingo.
So now let's move into the door opened and propped open. Remember, I did that Jim Gaffigan thing about whenever
more
you're
people.
around bears, okay, that, you
Listen to this.
whenever you're around bears, okay, that, you read a pamphlet about the bears and it says wrap up in a sleeping bag and, play dead. And then he gives this, shtick about, well, who wrote that? The bears. Okay. And, it's pretty funny stuff. Okay. But everything is being what his point is the bears are driving the conversation on what to do so that you don't end up on the plate and get eaten.
Esley, that's a very good question, and that's why I have fixed the audio as best as I could, and we're going to listen to this sheriff in the very first thing that he said. Okay, if Annie and Tommaso were involved, though, wouldn't they let the sheriff believe she could have wandered off like they were trying to go with? In my opinion, if guilty, they would have said she wandered. I disagree personally with that because I think that would go against everything that other siblings would know. Again, I don't know, and I'm not saying that they are involved. However, I don't think that I would think that the other family members would be like, Mom couldn't walk 10 feet, on a good day. She was sharp as a tack, and I think you'll see with what they say that was in the house that we'll get to in a second. Robin, thank you so much. 6 months. You are a legend. Appreciate you so very much, Robin. Good to see you, my friend, and thank you so very much for your support. I really, really do appreciate that, my love. But that's just me. That's just me. On that. Okay, here we go.
So in this case, the first responder says, "Hey, here's what I'm hearing when the homicide guys go on scene. Yes or true or false?" He's going to regurgitate what the witnesses have told them, and if he finds the house the way they explain it being found, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what Chris is saying here is that if Annie and or Tommaso were at the house and they were the one that discovered Nancy being missing, and they call into 911 and they say, my mother's not here. I don't know where she is. There is 2 doors propped open. There's blood in the floor, or, whatever. And then the detectives get there and they reiterate the story to the detectives. And the detectives basically has that to go on in the beginning. Okay. We're going to get right back to Chris from the interview room, but I want you to listen. Hey, Giggles, good to see you. I want you to listen to what Sheriff Doofy said in the beginning because it's very, very important, in my opinion, before we get to the rest. That way you can know and remember what he said happened at that crime scene. This is the very first time he spoke about this case publicly. He is outside the home right there, and he says what the family told him and what happened. Okay.
Ms. Guthrie was reported missing from her home. That call came in around noon.
Okay. Now, it's still a little low, but it is a hell of a lot better than it was, I promise you. So, you might have to turn up your volume a little bit, but it'll kind of go up and
Earlier today, our teams came out, our search and rescue team, being supported by our volunteers from Search and Rescue Association, from PSAR, from Border Patrol. They gave us their search and rescue dogs. We've pretty much just thrown everything at this as we can. Miss Guthrie is 84 years old.
so search and rescue dogs.
And is not of good physical health. And so naturally we have some great concerns. The scene at the house
Listen,
also has some concerns for us as well. And so that's why
the scene at the house has also concerns for us as well. So I want to get into it more.
Her. We've contacted and remain in contact with all of our local area hospitals, our medical transport teams. So far, that's proven to lead nowhere. We will continue to search as we are right now with our survey, our air assets. We use drones and our airplane or our helicopter. We'll be back. We'll be at this all night, processing the house. And then tomorrow morning we'll start again with our search and rescue mission and try to regroup and see what else we can do. Maybe we've missed something, but I don't need to tell you, this is very concerning to us. You don't typically get the sheriff out at a scene like this.
We don't, this is very concerning to us. We don't typically get the sheriff out at a scene like this, but it is very concerning what we are learning.
But it's very concerning what we're learning from the house. And so we'll just continue.
From the house.
The detectives there, our homicide team is out right now looking at the scene as well.
What is it about?
Homicide team. Now, there has to be, in my opinion, just because an elderly person isn't in their home and they're missing, you don't generally get homicide out, do you? I think it wasn't based on, in my opinion, just the blood or that she was missing. I think it was because her Ring doorbell was taken and the lights was bashed in the back, that the front doors were open. That is why they had homicide out there, because this wasn't right. Right? I think he will be, Green Eyes. I think he'll be. Sharon, you might have to try to turn it up as much as you can. I've boosted this 400% because it was so low.
The scene that concerns you.
I think we're all wondering, can you confirm that this is Savannah Guthrie's mom?
This is Mrs. Guthrie's mom, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about what the house.
What I would tell you is we get these calls quite often, missing people, and we do a pretty good job of searching the areas and alerting the media with our media releases. but this one stood out because of what was described to us at the scene, what we found and located just in looking at the scene. So without getting into too much details, I have to allow my team to do their investigation, and they are going to be doing that. They are in the process of those things.
Is there anything meaningful about it being homicide detectives, or is that standard?
You know, it's not standard. Typically, our homicide team comes out when we have a homicide, a body. This one was of great concern.
So he says clearly right there that it is not standard for them to come out like this. But he said this was so concerning and so great to us.
Team was telling us.
What gauge the chances are that it's foul play? Would you be willing to give us any idea on that?
No, I hope it's not. I hope we find her. I hope we find her safe and sound. But we can't ignore what's in front of us, and we need to
They
take
were.
all the precautions we can and deal with what's the evidence is in front of us.
You said physical factors, like, you know, physical things, but like also does she have dementia or Alzheimer's? Any mental?
No, she's what's being reported by family is she's very has no cognitive issues at all. She's very alert, very of good sound mind. Just some physical. 84 years old, and especially now it's as cold as it is. She has some physical ailments that limit her ability to move around.
There were some neighbors also looking around for Nancy. Are the neighbors looking around? Is that a help to you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we in the immediate area, we ourselves with our dog teams and our search.
Yeah, that's a good question, Deb. Justin, the 10 o'clock meds still on the table does not make sense that Nancy would not take her meds. Could the perp arrived earlier? Absolutely, the perp could arrived earlier. Especially if you believe the neighbors who were walking their dog on the 31st, while Nancy was allegedly at like Tommaso and Annie's house. There was a weird vehicle around there pulled over on the side of the road. They could have been in Nancy's house then. Um, I don't, s- I, I don't see someone staying in the house from like 7 or 8 p.m. or something till 1 or 2 in the morning. But it's possible. It's happened. It's not off. It's yeah. Um, but this is the thing. I think they would have to know what that house was like inside, right? Because if they didn't, how did they know that where the cameras were inside? How did they know that they weren't recording? Or how did they make them stop recording? And how did they start recording once the police arrived? How did that happen? How did you, and this is another question, how does the neighbor's cameras stop recording at a certain time, but the one on the doorstep here, which again didn't have a subscription, but they took that one? Why did they take it? If they were confident that this was not recording and wouldn't save, why did they take only this camera? Right? If you know the other cameras aren't recording, if you know the neighbor's cameras aren't recording, if you know the cameras inside the home isn't recording, why do you take the front camera? Perp saw infrared black light in Nest, in my opinion. Backlight? What do you mean by that, 503? The on the camera? But all the cameras now have like the night vision. I have my cameras going 24/7 just to make sure no one steals my plants. Mimi, I don't blame you. I love my plants too.
And rescue teams, we'd ask them to stay out of that area, but we certainly understand their concerns too. And if they happen to find anybody or see something, anything, call 911.
How cold did it get? Oh, she was missing overnight, I take it? She was.
Well, she was last seen at about 9:30,
Same
9:45
scent,
last night.
same.
9:45.
Exactly
You know
the
how
same.
cold it got last night? Is that a concern?
You know, you guys are going to know that
Okay.
better than I.
Is that a concern though?
Well, it's cool right now. 84 years old. I'm cold. Yeah, no, it's
So when
obviously
she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home, is that correct?
Listen,
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45 is what we're.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
last saw her at 9:30 or 9:45 and they saw her in the home. Now, when he said they did not walk her in the home, he made sure she got inside according to the reports and everything that he saw her get inside, made sure she was inside, and then he left. He backed his car out and left.
And who called in the missing report?
Listen,
The family.
You want, can you say who?
You know, I don't have that name in front of me.
And is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson or on her way?
She is not here. No.
What are some things like if someone sees something or like what are some things like people
yes.
should be watching out for
Well,
in this case?
If maybe you ran into her, maybe she wandered off and you ran into her. If you've seen her or anybody like her, call us.
So did she walk off? Okay. Did she walk off, Sheriff? Or is there blood in the floor? In the house, doors wide open, cameras and ripped from the front porch, lights ripped out the back porch, and a woman who can't make it to the mailbox. So did she walk off or did she actually get taken? Because you have homicide there.
Even being of good sound mind, you could have an incident that happen
With no
that
shoes.
causes you to lose some of your soundness. But I just would tell you that, look, if you've seen this woman since 9:30 last night at any time, give us a call. Let us know.
And you said that you've checked with hospitals, and what else have you guys checked?
Well, all of the medical transport teams in the area and hospitals and that. But
and
that's
no sign, no
not
clue.
Today,
nobody's reported to us.
love, today,
They have her in their care.
Does it being as dark as it is here make it like more difficult to find a missing person?
Well, our night search teams, they use our infrared systems.
They
and
took it.
heat sensing systems. So in some cases, it actually helps. The body can distribute heat, and our flares or our heat sensors can find that body. But there's limitations on in the daytime. Our dogs seem to work pretty well, but if it gets too hot, they don't.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward something right here
What's concerning is
where he kind of sums it up, and then we're going to get back to the other part.
right now we're at the very initial stages of this. The search mission started early today. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that. But it does change its platform because of the nightfall, right? The criminal part of this, the criminal investigation part, is ongoing, and it will continue ongoing until we can resolve this.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we had our search and rescue, our PSAR, our search and rescue association volunteers, literally hundreds of people out here and searching the area for those dogs that and still no signs. We've we've checked with all the local area hospitals, continue to check. Support teams. no results.
It kind
I
of
think
glitches
what's
right here.
concerning is um, what's at the scene at the home is of concern to us, so much so we've decided we're going to call out our homicide team. And so they're here, they'll process the home, do what they can there. And again, as we speak now, our plane was up just a minute ago. Those things are happening. But that'll transition to a daylight search again tomorrow. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that. We're asking the community help us. If you've seen Miss Guthrie, give us a call. Call our 911 or 88 crime. But we're just kind of working it from two angles. The criminal investigation side.
Okay, he says he's working at two angles, so I think that's fair. I'm going to give him that. If I didn't realize that he said two angles, so
We'll
I'll give him
continue with
that.
the house tonight. We're looking through processing that and see what we can learn from that. And we'll just keep going.
Does the search for her continue tonight?
Absolutely. Yeah. We'll continue that. You know, at some point in time, they've got to transition and settle down, but they've been out all day, like I say, since noon. Nightfall, it's a different type of search. So we change teams and transition then. I'm going to guess that here in a while, that night team will move on and we'll come back at it again tomorrow morning. They reassess it and look at where could they have missed.
And just because the homicide team's involved doesn't mean it's
Ashley, this is the first interview. This is the very first interview that he ever did. He is outside the home here and talking about when this first happened. It's a lot of people don't play this recording because it's so low. I boosted the sound so we could hear it.
No, there's no. What we're saying is there's some things there that are concerning to us, and we just don't want to miss anything. Search and rescue, their mission is we want to find you. We want to find you safe and sound and help you and get you there. That still continues. But we have an obligation to when you look at things in this world of ours, you look at that and you go, is something wrong here? Is there something missing? We can't just dismiss that. We need to stay on it.
anything else?
No.
All right, Sheriff. Thank you so much.
What did press say? Hey, Ratui, good to see you. I don't know what press said. I was looking what press said. Okay, so we're going to get back to the interview rooms. Someone wanted me to put up this guy. This guy was arrested today. A lot of people are saying this guy looks like the perp. This guy is Pima County deputy fired after kidnapping arrest. A deputy from the Pima County Sheriff's Department was fired after he was arrested on a kidnapping charge on Thursday, March 26th. That's yesterday. Pima County Sheriff's Department confirmed 22-year-old Travis Reynolds was let go after the Tucson Police Department arrested him. Reynolds appeared in court on Friday, and the judge set his bond for $200,000. The complaint states that Reynolds was on duty and was transporting a woman to the Pima County Sheriff's Jail when he commented on her appearance, calling her, quote, hot, end quote. While the alleged victim was still in handcuffs, they shared a vape pen. Oh, how sick. And Reynolds told her that he could help with her case, while the woman asked how Reynolds allegedly explained he would not go to court. He also stated that he could go to a hotel and have sex. According to the complaint, the woman said Reynolds then showed her sexually explicit videos. The woman said she asked to be taken inside the jail, but Reynolds refused. The alleged victim said, quote, she had never been arrested before and did not know what the procedural steps and was unsure what was taking so long. She said she saw multiple officers coming and going with their arrestees, and she was wondering why she was still in the vehicle. The victim and Reynolds eventually got out of the vehicle and told her to show him her breast. The woman said she lifted her shirt and exposed her bra, and that's when Reynolds removed her from her vehicle and brought her inside the jail. Video surveillance from the Pima County Jail confirmed parts of the account of the incident. The person complaint showed Reynolds stated, quote, he may or may not have been involved in showing her a video of sexual acts. He also stated that he may or may not have involved in the discussion of having sex in a hotel. Let me see. This was
Great.
today.
Mr. Reynolds, this is the time for your initial appearance. You were here this morning on charges of kidnapping. That is a felony offense. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and it is ordered appointing. Oh, is it the public defender or? We haven't received the information from the Office of Court Appointed Counsel. We're going to appoint the Public Defender's Office for today's purposes. And you do have counsel seated with you for today's hearing. We are going to determine your conditions of release this morning. I have reviewed the interim complaint. I have also reviewed information provided by pretrial services, which lets me know whether there's any prior felony.
Every person, like every hiree that Nanos has there is less that they're all juniors. They're all less than like 3 years. Daphne and I pointed that out almost from jump because we was looking at the law enforcement because you can check all their records and stuff, their disciplinary records and how long they've been on the force and all that. All of them, which was bizarre because most agencies, when you look at a case, they'll all be there for most of the times minimum of 5 years. I mean, you'll always have a few new hirees and stuff like that. They come and go, but you'll see people there that's been there 15, 20 plus years, and that's just not what you've seen in Pima County.
Felony history. I'm not sure if that background noise is coming from the jail or if someone else isn't muted. Finally, I have reviewed the state's recommendation, the prosecution $50,000. Would the state like to be heard further?
Yes, Your Honor. $50,000 plus a pretrial services if he is released. This
sure.
particular.
I'm sure. I would not be surprised if this guy has not. I'm sure that there will be more people coming out, victims, women to be coming out to speak.
Offense that is alleged is.
I don't think he looks like the guy though. A lot of people are saying, "Look at this guy. They look alike." I don't see it. I don't see it. What do you guys think?
Is very, very concerning. Just given the occupation of the accused and the power dynamics between him and the victim, there's indications that this might have happened before. The victim would like to see he shouldn't be returning back to the jail or the incident location. No weapons, no contact. The victim in this case is very afraid of this defendant because of that power position that he had, of the power dynamics, and that he might retaliate against her. And so for those reasons, we're asking for the bond plus the release. Also, it's on the form, but requesting no contact with the victim.
Thank you. And defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're asking that you release him to pretrial services. He's a lifelong resident of the state of Arizona. He has housing. He's full-time employed. The alleged victim in this case verified that information. And appears to be willing to assume third-party custody of the defendant in this case. I would imagine that means she doesn't object to his release.
A little bit of a information gap because I don't believe that's the victim.
Okay. Okay, I get things mixed up then. I apologize. Let me address a few other matters though, Your Honor. This individual has no prior convictions whatsoever, felony or misdemeanor, no prior failure to appears. He scored a 2 on the NCA scale and a 1 on the FTA scale. For all those reasons, we're asking that you release him from custody here today to pretrial services.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Reynolds, I'm ordering that you're held on a bond of $200,000 cash or security.
Mr. Reynolds is
If you are
6 foot
released,
tall.
you'll be released to pretrial services. Monitoring or treatment is directed by pretrial services.
6
No
foot.
alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. If you do possess any firearms, you must surrender them to local law
No, wait,
enforcement.
sorry, wrong
No
one.
contact with the alleged victim and do not return to the incident location. I'm going to schedule your preliminary hearing for April 6th. That will be at 1:30 in the afternoon. That court date may change. It's important to stay in touch with your attorney and make sure
No,
you
wait,
are
that's
aware
not
of
the
your
right
court
height.
dates because if you fail to appear, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, Mr. Reynolds? All right, that's all for today.
You creep. Oh. I was trying to find his height. I was looking at the wrong one. But some people are talking about this right here. I'll show you what they're talking about. That's where that woman did that sketch. I don't think it's him. I don't think this is him. I don't think so. He's an ex-cop now. I mean, the sketch looks a lot more close, but again, that's a sketch. Okay, here we go. I think I got it now. 1 second. Just trying to find his height. Oh, I've got the police report. He kept his hands in handcuffs and then he re-entered his vehicle and he shared a vape pen, smoking and talking. He then told her he could help her with her case. Okay, I read that part. I'll read that later. Okay, we're going to get back to this. I was trying to find his height right here, but I don't see it. Okay, we're going back to the interview room because this is
Right?
Yes.
I wanted to go over Sheriff Nanos before we went any further with this because I think it will help explain. He wears glasses, but I mean, I have contacts as well. I always wear glasses, but I think I mean, I don't see.
He's not going to touch anything. He's not going to disturb anything, even if it was a missing
Well, we
woman.
hope.
Well, we hope. We hope. You're 100% correct. Okay. And now we fast forward to deep interviews with the brother and the brother-in-law and the sister. And in those interviews, when they're circled up behind the scenes, somebody says, I don't believe him. Let's give him a poly. Polygraphs are not for truthful people. They are instruments, a tool to determine whether somebody could be hoodwinking you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tool. Nobody's thought about that piece.
I'm sure that they're going to dig a lot more into him.
The authorities then say, let's impound their car.
Listen to this.
And then they say, let's go search their house. Let's get consent. And then they say, let's interview all the neighbors.
Okay. So saying that like Tommaso and Annie, they gave the story of what happened when they arrived, how everything was when they arrived, right? Because technically the person who shows up, and if it is a crime scene, not saying that they did, but you can mess with things in the house before you call the police if you wanted to stage something or whatever. Not saying that happened. But so police can be very suspicious of that. Many times they will believe you. Many times they say, let's look a little bit closer. And in Tommaso and Annie's case, it seemed like they were looking closer because lie detector test, going to their house, speaking to their neighbors, keeping their car longer than anybody else. Right?
And then they say, let's go back and take pictures at 10 o'clock at night because all the media is all over this thing and we don't want anybody seeing us coming and going. But if anybody in the chat, go back and look at who was there that night who walked out of the house with bags. It was the sheriff's department.
Who walked out of the house out of Tommaso and Annie's house with bags was the sheriff's department. That's what he means by that. And it is true. They went to Tommaso and Annie's house multiple times. And one time they stayed for 3 hours. They did walk out with evidence bags. They did walk out with like this folding table as well. That was not the FBI. That was Pima County Sheriff's Department. Right? Which has always been very bizarre for me, and I think a lot of other people who follow true crime very closely. It's not, the crime did not happen there at Tommaso and Annie's house. Right? The crime didn't happen there. The crime happened at Nancy's house. Why are they going back over and over, taking things out of that house? Right? Doesn't matter if it's the last place she was. No, the last place she was at her house. That's where the crime scene happened. I can be at the store before, God forbid, something happened to me or, someone. Doesn't matter. Makes no difference. Crime didn't happen there. A lot of people, before they're unalived or something, they'll go to Walmart or wherever. Go to church. You don't see them going back over and over, walking out with bags of stuff. Mm-mm.
It wasn't the FBI. Who went into the house with a UFED and downloaded everybody's phones?
ICAC.
And the sheriff's department. It wasn't the feds. Who's running the investigation on that side of the coin? They're handling it at some point as a homicide investigation. just to make sure. Just to make sure.
Yeah. Well, the sheriff Nanos made sure he told us in his first news conference that they
Yep.
had pulled back on the search and that they had called in, quote, homicide detectives.
That I just
So
played.
he said
Again.
it himself.
Again, I just played you that recording. Right? I just played you that. They are bringing in homicide. Things are very concerning at the house. Family called us and said, this happened and this happened. And there's things inside the house that are very concerning. Hey, little black bear, good to see you, my dear. Guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate all of
From
y'all
jump.
being here.
We're calling in homicide. We called in homicide detectives.
Yep. And why do you do that, Sergeant Lamb, when you're when you're the field supervisor on the scene? What will what will draw your attention to say, you know what, we need to ratchet this up?
We don't know what the condition is inside the house. There is little evidence to support the fact that that Nancy was the sort of woman that would wander away in a state of being deluded or.
Yes, she was perfectly capable in her mind. Her body was not able to move far. Remember, Savannah says on a very good day, she can make it to the mailbox. Most days she can't. That comes from Savannah. Now, obviously, there's blood inside the house. There's blood outside the house. The back doors are propped open. But that is not in my opinion, that obviously was a contributing factor on why they caught homicide, but the cameras that is gone, right? The light that is smashed out back, right?
Mentally incapacitated. And so we have extremely suspicious circumstances. I'm presuming they noticed blood at the time of the officer's first arrival, but the back door being propped open, that is a huge, huge element to this.
Absolutely.
Because there's no reason why she would prop the door open. The door has been propped open for the removal of Nancy.
Now, I kind of disagree with this part. Just my opinion. Yeah, you could say the door was opened because they were removing Nancy. I don't think so. In my opinion, think the back door was propped open because it was essentially staged. So it wouldn't close back. When you prop something open, you do that so it doesn't close back. Right? Yeah, you could be removing her, but the back door was propped open, not the front door. If you are taking Nancy out the back door, there is more obstacles you have to get to, right? Staged, what do you mean? I think the back door, as of my theory right now, if the back door was propped open, so when whoever got there, maybe it was Annie and Tommaso, to see it, that the door was propped open. Even family members could have propped it open. I don't know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a possibility. We don't know who propped the doors open. But so that the doors would not close, so that police would see that the doors were open. so they wouldn't close. If you don't have a door propped open, it can close, wind can blow it on its own, it can close on itself or whatever, right?
So I would look at all of that if I'm the patrol sergeant and go, we need homicide out here because
The back doors propped open is telling us a lot. Robin, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. 5 months. Love you, darling. Really do appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Really do appreciate that. And Thomas, if AG and TG were involved, they would know by now. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I agree with that. It depends on how investigators are looking at it. I think that if the sheriff cleared Tommaso and the family, they need to clear the Dailies and Carlos as well, because they would all be victims in one way or another.
as you say, DLR doesn't look right.
And to John's point and Chris's point, before this
No.
interview came out, and it's only been out
No.
since this morning, but it seems like it's a lot longer than that. Because we get consuming all this news that we try to get on the case. We were told a couple days ago, somebody reported that a source said that the family, to your point, Chris, the family reported that Nancy often left her back doors, plural, unlocked. And now we're hearing from an interview from Savannah that the day that this went down, that their mother was abducted, that the back doors were propped open. But to your point, Chris, this is all coming from the family.
All of this information is coming from the family. And yeah, you can say, well, yeah, they were the last ones to see her. Or they were the last ones to, they were the ones to check on her or whatever. Yes, that is true. It's also how it's the doors are propped open, and then she often keeps her back doors unlocked, not just some doors, but just specifically the back doors.
So, right, it's not independently verified.
So we have, let's follow the bouncing ball. We get on scene, hypothetically, let's go back to our experience, and we see whatever is not being told about inside the house. Okay, but we have this blood pattern out on the front. Okay, and
Believe what?
I reached out to a couple of our friends, and I'm going to read what Karen said, another Karen, who is an amazing blood spatter expert.
She's with CCF, right?
With the Cold Case Foundation. I said, hey, Karen, can you do me a favor and take a look at these,
Gotcha.
this porch again?
A lot of people left their
on
doors
the
unlocked.
Guthrie caper. She goes, I'm happy you asked.
Listen, my thing is, the doors absolutely could have been unlocked because other neighbors said they left their doors unlocked. Some people still leave their doors unlocked. Fine. Everything that Tommaso and Annie and them are saying could be 100% the gospel truth. Could be. But then again, it may not be. I don't know. I just don't understand how the sheriff says they are 100% clear whenever their actions does not point toward them being clear. It just doesn't. it does not point to them being clear. The police, the FBI's actions say different. And that's weird to me.
This is a very involved question, and I would love to discuss it with you even further. However, I just want you to know I'm just looking at the photographs, so these are only cursory.
I agree.
The photos are not great quality and have no scales, but based on the size, shape, and distribution of the drops indicated, she was dripping and was moving or being carried. I'm not sure, can't confirm that. I heard yesterday
Listen to
that
this.
somebody was saying those blood drops were found just inside the front door and near the threshold, which indicates she was injured at some point in the house and began dripping blood as she was being taken outside the front door. The drops are undisturbed for the most part and shows no evidence that someone stepped in and or transferred it. I have to consider that she may have been being carried, perhaps over the shoulder, which I've heard, but I'm not sure about that. And maybe those dips or those
I do a
drips
poll.
are as a result of that. The tiles appear to be 10 to 12 inches square. That's a guess, and have a slight texture and appear to drop, and the blood would have been appeared to have been dropped 3 to 4 feet. There are some interesting stains, though, through the pattern. In one area, there's a considerable.
Okay. Put a 1 in chat. Do you think Nancy was, type in chat, 1 or 2 carried out or 2 walked out on her own? If you put a 1 or a 2, it will automatically show up on this poll. It'll automatically show up on this poll. If you believe she was carried out or walked out. I believe she was carried out personally, but that's just me. Don't change your vote because of what I believe. I want to see what you guys believe on this.
Amount of satellite and or aspiration blood. It would be important to see if any of the spatter contains mucus or indicating saliva. Also, some delusion appears to exist in the possibility that that expired stain, which typically indicates saliva. There does appear to be a pool of blood that is consistent with blood dripping into blood, but it's possible, not positive. It really doesn't take a lot of blood to cause satellite staining.
This is satellite staining. You see the up here where there's the concentration of blood, the biggest spot of blood. That is most probably where someone was standing still, or someone was carrying Nancy and had to someone had to not move for a period of time, and a few seconds or whatever, and the blood dropped in concentration right here. And when the blood drops in concentration, you have satellite sprays, which is these little drops around it. I always use the term, think about when you have shorts on and you're spraying your sidewalk of the summertime, washing your sidewalk. All of the water hose water is going in one section, right? But that where it, because it's in concentration, it hits the sidewalk and it bounces back, and you feel those little sprays on your legs. That's satellite. That's what that is.
I do see some skeletonized and perimeter staining where the center of the stain is gone. This may be due to flaking, or perhaps where samples were taken by technicians initially on the scene. I wish the pictures were forensic quality, and I would love to have given you a better understanding of what's taking place. However, I want to be conservative until we get great pictures. Okay, now.
Well, no, not one footprint. Savannah said that barefooted. Now, how does she know she was barefooted? Is it just because no shoes are missing, or is it because they have some sort of footprints? Does she know about there being some sort of footprints? And just think about this. We don't have any sort of shoe print here or footprint. I don't think that there is inside. There is blood inside, yes, but we don't know if there's any footprints or shoe prints inside. We're it's reported that the blood inside looks very similar to what the outside looks like. But still, we don't know if there's any footprints and or shoe prints inside where there is blood either. Right? You would think that if she was walking barefoot, um, okay, let's think about this. Some of us walk barefooted all the time outside, right? Some people do. I'm not one of those people. I did as a kid. That's all I did was walk barefooted as a kid. I don't do that anymore. You don't catch me doing that now. So if I walked outside barefooted, my feet would be very tender. It would be very hard for me to walk, right? And it probably would be for Nancy too. So think about Nancy. She's elderly. She doesn't have good balance. She's got a bad back. On good days, she can make it to the mailbox. Most days, she can't. Is Nancy getting out of that house without her shoes, walking outside? Because if she's without her shoes, she's going to have to walk on that sidewalk. She's going to have to walk in that gravel. Exactly. Right? That's going to be very difficult for her. So in my opinion, she was carried. Whether that is alive or otherwise, I don't know. Right? I don't know. Michelle, thank you so much, my love. Good to see you, Mamacita. Thank you so much. Could this deputy tried to set up other people by wearing certain items that are visible on camera? Did deputy ever come in contact with other people of interest? I don't know what you mean, Michelle. Could this deputy, meaning the one I just showed a minute ago, that got caught, to set up other people by wearing certain items that are visible on camera? What do you mean by that? I'm not really sure what you mean by that. Certain items on camera. Like, I do, but I don't know where you're going with it. What do you mean, Michelle? I don't know what you mean, darling. I'm sorry. Did deputy ever come in contact with other people of interest? I don't know. Does she mean per what deputy? I think she's talking about the deputy that was just arrested for doing the inappropriate things. Oh, I'm sure that they're going to look really big into this deputy. I'm sure there'll be other people coming out. Yeah, the Travis guy. I think that's his name. Yeah. His name is Travis Reynolds. Yeah. By wearing a fake tattoo. Yes, arrested guy. Could this deputy... I don't know, Michelle. I don't know. Do you mean like trying to like set people up? Is that what you mean by that? The sketch and him looks a lot more similar, but I don't think he looks like this guy. I don't see it at all. This guy looks to me more white. You know what I mean? Like more. I will not. I know, Sue. It's frustrating. I was trying to see if Michelle said anything else.
This gal
Thank you,
is
Miss
amazing.
Michelle.
Trust me. She's been doing this like 50 years. Okay. It's not her first rodeo. Okay. Now, that said, one of the thoughts that's come up is about the doors being propped open now. Okay. We know they're propped open. So let's get into the suspect's mind.
I don't think the perp is white, but I think he's more, I think he's mixed. You know what I mean? Like he's more white looking, if you will, than this.
Again, this person shows up maybe weeks earlier, hypothetically. Okay. He's pulling weeds to try to, either cover the camera. Who knows what the guy's
Listen to
doing
this
with
right
the
here.
weeds. Just doesn't fit. Okay. Now we have information today that this individual propped not one, but maybe more than one door open behind the house. But he takes her allegedly out the front door of the house.
Listen.
I think people have.
Okay. Now that's my question. Chris explained it a little bit better than I did, I guess. Why is this dude propping up the back door when he's taking them out the front door? Why are you going to prop one or more doors open, but you're taking someone's body out the front door? Make it make sense.
Missed one key factor here that, again, you know me, I keep things behind the curtains for a little while until I start seeing more evidence.
That's what I was saying a second ago. Like how, like, because the police only have what they see when they arrive. They don't know what happened before they arrive, right? Tommaso and Annie can be 100%, not did anything, just came in and be like, oh my God, we need to call 911. But we don't know. We don't know. Why is the back doors propped open, but you're taking someone out the front door and there's blood up front on the other side of the door and outside the door and on the sidewalk? Right?
Okay. And that is this carrying over the shoulder idea. Okay. Number one, Nancy would have to be over his left shoulder to match the blood stain analysis inside the threshold and on the porch. Because if she's over the right shoulder, he has two doors that he has to control. And if he's right-handed,
He's very right here.
in any way, shape, or form, hypothetically, if she's on the right shoulder, he now has to manipulate the first door and pull it towards him with his left hand and manage her over the right shoulder.
Okay. think about this in chat. Think about this. If you're left-handed or right-handed, before you write this, listen, hear me out here. So I'm right-handed, right? I carry things generally, if I put something on my shoulder, I put it on my right shoulder. So I'm right-handed, right shoulder. Tell me yours. First put your hand and then put like a slash and then what shoulder you usually use in chat. I would like to see that. I can't do diddly squat left-handed me either. So I'm right-handed, right shoulder. That's me. Right-handed, right shoulder. Right-handed, left shoulder. Left-handed, left shoulder. Right-handed, right shoulder. Right-handed, left shoulder. Just wanted to see what you guys are. Interesting. Oh, thank you again, Michelle. Thank you, baby. I don't want to throw out unsubstantiated evidence this is a crazy case. It is. You can message me if you want, dear. Right hand, left shoulder, right hand, left shoulder, right hand, left shoulder. Interesting. Right-handed, right shoulder. I use left side. I am right-handed. Okay. So mixed. It's really
So
mixed.
either A, his weak hand, he's left-handed, and we know that's probably not the case based on the fact that the gun is in the right hand position in his holster.
Yes.
So his strong hand is.
That's a very good point. Very good point, Chris. Do I have a picture of it with his holster? Look at there. He's right-handed because it is in the right hand position. Right? How he puts it in and how he would pull it out. Very good point. This guy is right-handed. Very good point. You would hold it. Yeah.
His right hand.
Very good.
So if she's on the right side, which is his strong side, we now have to presume that he has chosen his weak side, the side of the leaning, the left side, and now he's going to somehow manipulate, if we put her back on the right side, the first door. And now he has to manage her going through the big screen door out onto the porch. The blood spatter would not line up. If she's wrapped in a bundle, and I don't know where that came from, okay? But let's just use the theory he's carrying her out of the house. The blood does not line up. She has to be on his left shoulder.
Don't see it.
Strong hand, pulling the door open, pushing the screen door open to the right. Remember, it's
okay. So let me just break it down a little bit more. Right. Let's say he's carrying Nancy out on his strongest shoulder, right? When you're opening a door, right? You open it with your dominant hand, your strongest hand, the one you use the most, right? So I open the door. I'm right-handed. I open the door with my right hand. So if this guy is carrying Nancy out with on his shoulder, on his right shoulder, and he's right-handed, well, he's got to also open up the door close it back, open up the other door, all of that. Got it?
It's a right-hand pull interior, right-hand push exterior, and you're carrying her out. She's dripping potentially if she's bundled up, and that causing the drip as they're going down the driveway. Thoughts?
We're going to go over that little part
You
again.
know,
Hold on one
going
second.
through the big screen door,
Just one
we
second.
now have to presume that he has chosen his weak side, the side of the leaning,
That would be the left.
the left side, and now he's going to somehow manipulate, if we put her back on the right side, the first door.
Okay. It's hard to carry a body over your shoulder. It's hard to carry a body. Very hard. Dead weight is very hard because of not only the weight, but how it's proportioned. Some firemen can do it and stuff like that. And you might be able to do it with like adrenaline or whatever in a pinch. But he's going to have to put Nancy on his left hand side so he can open that door, open the front door, open the screen door, right? And then, but if she is on the left side, you would think the blood would be on the other side, of, let me show you. Instead of it being on this side up here, it would be most probably on the other side, not far on the other side, but it would be more left, unless he transferred her at this point, adjusted her or put her on the other shoulder, because the blood is over on this side where it is right here, which would be very difficult to do.
And now he has to manage her going through the big screen door out onto the porch. The blood spatter would not line up. If she's wrapped in a bundle, and I don't know where that came from, okay? But let's just use the theory he's carrying her out of the house. The blood does not line up. She has to be on his left shoulder, strong hand, pulling the door open, pushing the screen door open to the right. Remember, it's a right-hand pull interior, right-hand push exterior, and you're.
I don't know. I'm thinking about this. What if you had her on the right shoulder? No, because she's gonna. If you got someone on the right shoulder and you're trying to close that door, unless you turned with her to adjust or something, maybe the blood could go down right there. I think I'm gonna perform a test. I'm gonna get I'm not doing 150 pounds because I can't carry 150 pounds like that. I can do 100 pounds on my shoulder and test it. Maybe that way. I'm going through the motions. There's no way that she was carried out. I mean, it's certainly possible, but it's very hard to do this by yourself. It's very hard to move dead weight. And that, that goes with physically dead, but it also goes with like chronically ill or incapacitated as well. Hamadu, thank you so much, my friend. 4 months. What a rock star. Appreciate you, Hamadu, Lady Dustin, and all the lovely pearls. We love you. Thank you so much, my friend. You are very, very kind. I really do appreciate you. Do we know if the front doors were closed? Um, it I mean, they were closed at some point, right? Because we got this guy here. The doors are completely shut. You can see the deadbolts.
Carrying her out, she's dripping potentially if she's bundled up, and that causing the drip as they're going down the driveway. Thoughts?
I think it's so far back.
It's
Yeah.
which
Seems
right out
very
the only
plausible.
physical way.
It doesn't make sense then to also say both doors were propped open and mid crime.
Justin, we don't think the perp closed and locked both front doors on the way out, right? Love you. That's a good question. Let's think about that a second, Ginger. So the back doors were unlocked or were wide open, right? At least one of them was, right? The back door was wide open. The garage door was allegedly shut. Now think of this. When Tommaso and Annie got there, if this person or persons carried out Nancy, did they shut both doors up front? When Tommaso and Annie got there, were the screen, I call it the screen door, and the main door, were they both shut? We've not heard that. Because, and to me, that makes this much more tricky. Much more tricky. Because we always wondered how Tommaso and Annie got in there. Because there's no data point that they went through the garage, meaning it was done with the phone. So it could have been done with the clicker or it could have been done with the keypad. But if they went through the front door, if you're carrying out someone's body and you're putting them in a car and you're leaving, you're not likely going to close both of the front doors. Okay, Sassy, thank you. And when Tommaso and Annie got there, if both doors weren't closed, that would be probably weird for Nancy to have her front door open like that and nobody answering, when they've been trying to get a hold of her. And when you open up that front door, by the way, and you look through the house, on the other side of the complete opposite of the house, you look through the hallway and you look through the rooms, the other doors were open on the other side of that house. So, like, you're going to see blood on the outside where the door is. If one of the doors or both of the doors was open up front, which we don't hear that. We haven't heard that the front doors were open. We've only heard the back doors were open. Mama's the Bomb, is it your birthday? Is today your birthday? So that's very interesting here.
This guy says, I'm not going to take her out the back. I left the doors open.
Exactly, Chris.
It doesn't make any sense. Why if you've got an open path of egress from the residence,
Thank you.
why do you go through locked doors?
Here, and this is a question that
Great catch, John.
a point I brought up last night, though, too. Assuming your theory is correct, Chris, then he's going to reach around and with a key, because remember that security door is a
Great
deadbolt
point.
door.
Oh, happy
It can
birthday
only
to your
be
mama.
operated with a key from the outside, and he's going to lock that back? No way. No way is that
Because
happening.
he's afraid someone's going to break in.
Yeah.
You're right, Bob. It just doesn't make any sense.
Is it Bogey's birthday or Mama's the Bomb's
So-
birthday? I meant.
By the way, this is what the authorities heard because we're hearing it now from Savannah.
Happy birthday, Mama's the Bomb. Guys, make sure I sing to Mama's the Bomb at the end of this.
And this is, I
Mama's
think,
the Bomb.
where people in an investigative role, just like we have been and continue to be, go, well, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. I mean, could it be? Sure. Is it possible? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let's give them a polygraph.
Well, I'm wondering how did they prop open the doors?
We don't know that
How,
yet.
how
Good-
would that
great
happen?
question.
I mean, that's to me the obvious question.
Yeah, is it something they found in the house? Did they come with door stops? They went to Ace Hardware and picked up door stops first. Did they use rocks? And if we would know that this was something that was brought to the scene, this would give us some indication that there was at least some.
And that's what I said. When you think of a door being propped open, you think of something keeping it from closing, right? That's the whole point of it being
level of higher planning. But yeah, if we don't know what the doors were propped open with.
Well, and let's go back to the suspectology here, who has been allegedly surveilling this house for weeks. And part of the plan is let's prop open 2 doors.
Mm-hmm.
And where did they, with the propped open 2 doors, where did the sheriff come off with in the very beginning? Well, this was a burglary. We thought it was a burglary. So let's prop open the 2 doors and not take anything.
Want to do another,
And let's bring a full pack so we can't put anything in our pack. Am I missing something?
Well, regarding the sheriff's comments, the presumption would be he actually understood what was going on at the scene. And if he has somebody that's providing him with flawed information, then that's what he's going to say. Or if he doesn't understand what's being told to him and he misinterprets the information, then that's what he's going to say. But I don't think if any of us showed up at a scene where a woman of that age was missing and we saw doors propped open, that my first thought would be, sounds like a burglary to me.
Right. Bob, what do you think? I mean, if you saw the blood on the porch and the 2 propped open doors, if, from an investigative analysis aspect, in all of your experience, what's going through your mind?
Well, we probably have a crime. It's not she wants.
Now, I want to be fair to the sheriff, even though he's a doofus. Regardless, he did say at the end, which I caught and didn't catch until just a little bit ago. He did say we are working this two different directions. Like something's wrong here, but also uh, it doesn't look right, and that's why we call it homicides. There's concerns. Do you think Nancy was taken out? Put a 1 in chat for front door, 2, any of the back doors, 3, the garage door. Whatever you put in chat, it will put up here on the poll. If you put a 1 for the front door, 2 for back doors, 3 garage door. This one's going to be a... Interesting. Hey, Hedgie, good to see you, honey.
Wandered away into the desert situation, and I'm going to treat it as a crime scene at that point. Now, my understanding is a deputy, one of the first responding deputies making a perimeter search. Remember that they searched the entire residence, high and low, for her. The deputies did, that is, when they first got there. And
So
we
did
don't
the
know
fam-
how. Pardon me?
So did the family.
Yes, and they
think so.
probably well, they could have had one or both of the family members walking with them, or perhaps a single deputy through the house to show them around and to see if there's anything that.
So far, 63%, 64% say front door, 25% says back door, and 10% says garage door. I'm surprised that really. That's interesting. See, I in my opinion, I think front door. Front door is the most logical because of the blood, and I think, in my opinion, it's the path of least resistance for the perpetrator, whether it is to get for her to walk out or her to be carried out. Some people could say, well, you could use the garage door. Yeah, you could. But I think the lights, the sound of a garage door as well, it would, if you have a garage door and it's like dark outside and you open up the door, if there's lights on as well, it kind of glows out as well. I don't know. Oh my God, Kelly, thank you so much, Mamacita. That is so generous. Thank you so much. I just gave you a big smock. Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate that. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, give R. Kelly the biggest thank you that ever thank you'd. Very, very sweet of you.
Hope people are paying attention to this.
Welcome to Clutch Them Pearls, yeah, you're in the crew. Shine bright like the stars, this world never knew. We're dancing, laughing all around this world. Hold tight, shine bright, you're part of our pearl.
Oh, good. Thank you so much, Miss Kelly. Really do appreciate you. If you received one of those, give our girl, Miss Kelly, a big, big thank you. Love you, baby. Good to see you. And thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much, Jinja, 19 months. Definitely don't think the park closed and locked. Oh, I read that one. Sorry. Thank you so much again, Ginger. Appreciate you. And thank you again, Miss Kelly. It's very complicated. I swear this case, like the more you think about it, the more it makes you go crazy. I have to make sense out of something. And this I can't even make sense out of because honestly, like the thing that I think right now, my theory is that the FBI and Pima County sheriffs was, in my opinion, at Tommaso's house, the Daly's house, and potentially Carlos's house for a reason. That's the only thing I can make sense of now, that in my opinion. And it may not be any of that. I don't know. But the way that this doesn't make sense, and how the FBI and all of them got there, it makes me wonder if there's some connections.
Appears to be disturbed. So that's part of the initial investigation. But when you walk around and you see the blood, okay, that may not be completely alarming to me at this point, because maybe she fell down and cut her head, and maybe we're going to find her next door in the neighbor's yard. We don't know. But at some point, they also determined that that there was other evidence in there to indicate that there was some type of crime that occurred. We know that from what Nano said, if we can believe what he said at this point. So to answer your question, yeah, I'm going to treat it. I'm not exactly sure at what point I'm going to treat it as a crime scene.
Take a look at this.
Probably not too long after I arrive. I'm going to say there's more to this than meets the eye. This is not a search and rescue situation. And then I'm going to run it up the chain. So I'm going to call the watch commander. Let's say I'm the sergeant there. I'm going to call the watch commander, who's probably a lieutenant, and start get the ball rolling up the chain.
Yep. And so to answer this question, if she tried to run through the front door, the blood spatter does not line up because it goes all the way out onto towards the street. It goes
And
on
she's
the
probably going to step in some of that too, you know.
Yeah, you're going to see.
You would think she would step in something. Someone would step in something, but if her arms are hanging out, it's not. And if her arms are hanging to the side, she's walking, it's probably not either. This is Travis Reynolds. Some people are saying that he looks similar to this suspect right here. He is former Pima County officer who was but again, I'll tell you something. I don't think it's him. And I know a lot of people are saying, but you got to look at the victim that this officer chose. She was a younger woman who he said that she was hot and he wanted to see her breast and all of that, right? Someone doing that, they have types. These people have types. It just is what it is. It's their victim that they choose. And so generally, all due respect, the guy's not going to go from, a 20 or 30-year-old to an 84-year-old. And there's a difference in him doing it where he's more comfortable inside of his cruiser than breaking in a house. Yeah, so you've got to look at the victim risk continuum and all of it, and it doesn't match. Doesn't match, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people are comparing the sketch. Yeah, I get it. You could say it looks very similar, but this is Arizona, and more guys have goatees and beards now, with a little olive complexion, then especially in Arizona, then I mean, just it's uncanny. Okay, Lucky, I'm gonna look at that. I'll look at that and I'll pull it up. Let me pull
That,
it up.
and yeah, great point. She's going to be walking, because we also are going to hear, some more information that we didn't know. What was your thought, Karen? Do you have any thoughts so far on this one?
I
Where
mean,
we're
I'm
going?
I'm now wondering if, like, okay, so there's blood on the front porch. If they didn't go through the front doors, if they took, why would they have gone out the front door if the back doors were propped open and ready to go and you could get a car back there as well? I mean, it's just not adding up.
Yeah,
It makes more sense to pull a car around to the back, to load her up in the back where you're less likely to be seen. I heard several pundits today saying just the opposite, that it makes more sense to take her out the front door because it's a quicker getaway. But to me, from what I know, yeah, exactly. And then I understand that maybe you can't see that front porch from the road, but you're going to still have to take her down the walkway to the driveway where the car is parked, toward the front of the house, as opposed to toward the back of the house where that little guest house is and where the gate is and all that. So to me, it makes more sense. And now that we know, as you said, both of you have said that, we know from Savannah that the doors were propped open. That makes all the sense in the world to me.
Just use Occam's razor.
Yeah, exactly.
If you need to move a large object from the house, are you going to go through the path that has been cleared with doors propped open? Or are you going to select a deliberately more difficult path, which will involve you unlocking a door, wrestling with a front door and then a metal security door? Does that make any sense that you would do that?
Yeah.
Not carrying the victim over your shoulder, especially.
Or carrying the victim, period.
Yeah.
If the purpose is to move the large object from the house, you take the path the fact that the doors have been propped open suggests pre-planning that an actual egress route had been established at the time. I don't understand why you would then go to the front door. It might be might be that the blood was staged.
Okay, and so, all right, so we now know that we're also missing how they got into the house to search for mom. The sheriff has not revealed that information.
Okay, so I see a lot of people saying, well, how did this person not get blood on them? I think it's particularly very easy, especially if they are carrying them on their shoulder. If you've got someone on your shoulder, their arms are going to be back here, and they're most likely going to be bleeding, most likely from here up, or their hands. And if they are over you, they're behind you and you're walking forward, well, the blood is going to be falling behind you. You're walking forward. You get what I mean? So the trail behind you. Bingo. Yes.
Well, if Tommaso and Annie were the first ones to arrive, and I believe
Pulling
that
up the picture.
That's the case from what we've been told, then of course they can get in. They can get in.
Now, listen to this. How did the perpetrator get in? This is very
in a number of ways, I presume. I mean, why wouldn't they either have a key, have the keypad to the garage, and or all of the above? So they're going to get in. That's pretty easy.
But how?
Yeah, well, we don't know. We don't know.
I wish the interviewer would have asked Savannah to walk
Thank you,
walk us
Karen.
through those
Yes.
key points, those key details. It's been glossed over, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And the other side of this is the sheriff had
I don't believe it was done alone. I don't believe, regardless, could have been one perp there, but I just don't believe whatever took place. Let's do it. Let me do a poll. Hold on one second.
hasn't told the public how they got in. And that I think that's holdback.
Yeah, that's probably case specific. They're keeping back.
Right.
Yeah, and they probably should hold that back. I mean, we want to know, of course, but there's a lot of things we want to know, but there's some things we shouldn't know at this point.
Totally agree. Totally agree. So let's keep moving and do a little more thought here. And what do you guys think in the chat? We love your thoughts that are coming in here. So this is what we would call an investigative analysis gap. There are gaps in the stories that come forward. So the next thing you want to start looking for is who's introducing concepts to the investigation. And why is that important? Because too much information is just that. Too much information.
Okay.
Most of
You
the
do a one in chat, one person involved, two people involved, three or more people involved, in your opinion. Write that in chat. Thank you, Thomas. And did he come back for backpack? Great question, Thomas. Very, very good question. Wondered that myself. So let's think about this. I was going to mention this earlier. I didn't. So if this guy was carrying Nancy on his shoulders, right? That backpack is going to have to be off. He can't carry her with that backpack, right? He's going to have to take that backpack off at some point. Now, we do have a picture of this guy without his backpack, but it looks like a different night. Does it or does it not? Hey, Carmelita. So if this guy is carrying Nancy, he cannot carry her with this big ass backpack over on him. He's already carrying Nancy, if that's the case. So it means he has to take that backpack off. And she wasn't dragged. You can tell that she wasn't dragged. This isn't drag marks. I guess he could have helped. He could have worn his backpack and someone helped carry him. But you've got to think about this. This guy was, at least this guy, was in this house for a minimum of 41 or 42 minutes. At some point, he has to be comfortable enough, if he carries out Nancy, to disengage his backpack. Right? I have to take off my backpack and sit it down somewhere. And I have to know that Nancy is not going to go anywhere or do anything. Right? So how does that happen? That means there had to be, like Thomas just said, which makes me think more than one perp. Which means he had to have help carrying Nancy out, or he had to be comfortable enough to either put his backpack down somewhere in the house, or it would have to be in the house, because I don't think he's going to run back out and put his backpack in the car and then run back inside and then carry Nancy out. But regardless, he's going to have to make a couple trips if he's by himself. And so let's say he's by himself. He has to most likely disengage Nancy, if you know what I mean, to get her over, like put him over the shoulders or whatever. And maybe if he put her in a trunk or something and then came back to get his backpack. But like, are you going to put someone in a car and then run back into the house and get your backpack? He was in no rush. No rush. There's some, from what I understand, that even though the press hasn't spoken about it, there is some tests that supposedly came back like 3 or 4 days ago. I don't know which tests those were. And then their genealogy can take some time. It just depends. Yeah, think about it, Deb. So either he had to have help, or how did he get Nancy to disengage while he would go get his backpack after carrying her, if she was alive?
Time when, there's trauma involved, and there's a trauma response where people go, I don't know. I just don't remember. I'm not sure. Okay. And then once they start to come down, in the interview, you start seeing them going, okay, I remember this, I remember that. And that's what you call a cognitive interview.
I don't know what you mean by that, Esley, or if he left, or that other Ring camera got rid of the backpack. That's the guy putting it over his neighbor's fence. Oh, that's why 40 minutes and left. I kind of know what you mean there, but I kind of don't. How would they take her blood to put on porch staged? It wasn't. It's not. Her blood isn't staged.
Because you want them to slow down, you want them to breathe, you want them to think a little bit more, and you don't want pressures. In this case, Annie calls 911 and immediately then calls Savannah in New York and says, Mom is missing.
Pardon me.
She's gone. And Savannah responds, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Savannah's response is a trauma response. What are you talking about? What's going on here? Okay. Annie is calling. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I was just going to say perhaps a sign of disbelief. What do you mean? Yeah. Trauma, right? As you said. Yeah.
Right. And Annie is at the house saying the cops are there searching, but they have already been searching themselves. So let's pick it back up.
And that didn't make any sense. We thought maybe they came and there was a stretcher and they took her out the back, but her phone was there and her purse was.
We just heard from Savannah go, that didn't make any sense. Okay. That she would have just walked out of the house, or maybe.
Well, why would yeah, she's right. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the paramedics leave her back doors propped open. I guess it could be an accident, but they generally check stuff like that. And again, that wouldn't explain blood at the door, in the inside of the door and the outside of the door. And if the front doors, both of them, were shut.
Maybe there was a hospital event of some sort. That means they were talking about it on the phone. Because she makes a comment here about, we already called the hospitals. So why would Thomas and
Joe, right.
and Annie
Hey, Mag.
call the hospitals and then tell her sister, we already called the hospitals?
There and all her things, and it just didn't make any sense. So
I agree, Journey.
you know, Annie and Tommy had already called all the hospitals, but then I'm like, I'm going to call the hospital. So then
Why would she call the hospitals after Annie and Tommaso called the hospitals? Like Joe just said, like they just called. You trust your sister, right?
I started.
Why would she do that?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like if you actually, I'm just saying, because I feel so bad for Savannah. I just want to point that out. Like I feel terrible, absolutely fucking terrible for her. But why are you calling again if your sister and your brother-in-law just called? Maybe she didn't trust them, but I don't know.
I get, this may just point a small point of clarification, but
Maybe
the way
just a little.
Savannah's laying this out is she gets the phone call from Annie saying, Mom's missing, Mom's gone. Savannah's response is, okay, call 911. Annie said, we already did that. They're already here. And now they're having a conversation of, could she be at a hospital? And she's saying the two of them already called all the hospitals. At what point did Savannah get the phone call? This sounds like it was a half an hour to an hour past when they discovered Nancy was missing. I can't tell.
Try and call a hospital and try and get the information.
You're on hold.
Yeah, you're on hold, and then you'll get somebody, you'll be transferred someplace else. And so you're right. You're looking at a minimum of 30 minutes.
Okay. That's a good point. First off, how many hospitals are there in Tucson? Does anyone know? Any of my Tucsonians in here? And how soon? 9 hospitals, Lori? How soon are you going to, okay, heaven forbid your loved one goes missing, or your mother goes missing, right? Or when are you going to call your family members? How soon? How soon? Something like this. How soon are you going to call? You're going to call pretty soon, I think, aren't you? Right? Like me, I would probably after, people do things, in shock, and I get that and stuff, but I would think that I would call right after I got off the phone with 911. Right? So the question is, the way that they're making it sound here, how did Nancy and Tommaso call all of these hospitals and call Savannah and her brother and said, we've already called the hospitals in a very short period of time, allegedly. Let's see here. Okay. There is Banner Hospital. That's probably the biggest, isn't it? Tucson Medical Center, St. Joseph, St. Mary's, Northwest Medical Center, Oro Valley, Southern Arizona VA, and some other like behavioral health hospital. It says Tucson hospitals. I guess it's considered metro. There's about 9 suburbs in the Catalina foothills or Oro Valley. Marinere. Okay. Regardless, whether there's 5 or there's 9, it's going to take a little while. It's going to take a little while. Hey, Gia, good to see you.
From the arrival of law enforcement.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, again, it goes to the timeline, but when did they call Savannah to let Savannah know? It doesn't sound like they called 911 and then the next call was Savannah. Sounds like they were on the phone for quite a while with hospitals. Again, the way Savannah's laying this out, I could be missing something.
Okay, you know what else this tells us? They may have seen the blood.
That's true, and it also tells us that if Savannah is basically going,
that's a point. That's a point. I mean, if you see blood in the home, you know, you might want to call the hospital for sure. Doesn't necessarily mean they absolutely did see the blood, but it's a point.
back and making contact with the hospitals herself, I'd submit this suggests that she doesn't trust her sister to have done things properly.
That's
Great
exactly
point.
what I
She
just
has to
said.
check for herself.
That's exactly what
Great point. And
which, I mean, you know, I get that. I get that, you know, because everyone feels like, oh, but I got to check. You know, I can understand why Savannah, like, you might trust your sister or your family, but you just still need that final assurity that she checked thoroughly. I get that. I understand that. What I don't get is the timing of when she called her siblings and called the hospitals. Ashley, thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you. Really, really do appreciate it. Do we know why they went over there in the first place? Is it still the theory that someone from church reached out to Annie? Yes. 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 That is the lady that she gets together with. She didn't show up for the church thing, and they ended up calling Annie. Yeah, being just reassured. So I mean, I understand Savannah in that point. I don't think they saw the blood. They enter via garage normally. We don't know which way they entered.
now let's say first
But
officer
they
on
may
the
have.
scene, my mother's missing. There's blood over here. Okay. And this doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. Okay. I need to call my sister.
And and the police were there and talking to her at the same time, and it was just chaos and disbelief.
Within hours, Savannah.
Chaos and disbelief.
Chaos.
Okay.
Crystal.
On whose part? The law enforcement part? I don't think so. I think they're going, okay, what do we have here?
Well, the police doesn't do chaos like that, right? They de-escalate.
What's going here? What's on this? And she is on immediately high alert to try to jump into the middle of this to find their mother. Okay. That is, in my opinion, a normal response to this type of situation, especially 3,000 miles away.
Anna was making the long journey home to Tucson.
You saw Annie and Cam when you got to their house. Tell me about that moment.
Just disbelief and hugging each other. And I think we were on the phone with the sheriff and trying to, really make clear from the very early moments.
Okay. She said something very important there. What did you pick up, Karen?
I just picked up, we were on the phone with the sheriff and we wanted to make really clear in her conversation with the sheriff, day one, first couple hours.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, I've already been on the phone with the Senator, Kelly, and he's on the phone with the FBI. Okay? And you guys better do the right thing.
And that's maybe why we haven't, there might be a narrative going here. I don't know. If Burn Friend called me concerned about my mom and I see blood on the floor, I call 911 first, then my sister. I call 911 first, and my sister, even if she's far away, while my husband calls the hospital. Yeah, but yeah, Tucson. That's fair, and that sounds right. That the problem is how, if she's calling her sister, like very shortly after 911 is called, how are they saying we've already called the hospitals? You know what I mean? Because they have to, usually transfer you a couple times, and then there is, do you have such and such in here? That takes a little time. All the hospitals you got to call.
I want to be clear about this.
Annie and Tommy were saying this isn't that case that you are used to, where someone wanders off. She can't wander off.
That's a good point. That's a very good point, Miss Darcy. I'd check my mom's phone to see if she called anyone for help. If her phone is there, right, I would look. I mean, you may not want to touch anything, but you might look and see, when's the last time my mom called out to someone? Who's called in? Is there any text messages? Did she call 911? Did my mom call 911? Right? For help, even. Good point. Very good point.
Convincing the sheriff that there's no way there's not something more here. Okay. And who's doing it?
Yes. Check Annie and Tomas's phone to see if they called the hospitals. Absolutely.
Her brother-in-law and her sister. That, if I wish you guys have an emoji of red flags in the chat. Those are red flags. I can't tell you how many red flags I've seen.
Well, hang on for a second.
It would be. Wait a second.
There's no way there's not something more here. Okay. And who's doing it?
They are.
Her brother-in-law and her sister. That, if I wish you guys have an emoji of red flags in the chat. Those are red flags. I can't tell you how many red flags I've seen.
Well,
hang on
for a second. It would be a red flag if the sister and brother-in-law said, well, maybe she wandered off. We don't think, but they're saying, no, something bad has happened and we want you to investigate,
Yeah,
unless I'm
exactly.
misunderstanding it.
No, you're 100% right.
Okay, then that seems in line and a normal response based on the circumstance.
From the family.
Yes, my opinion. Yeah.
From who?
From the family. So what Savannah's saying is, they were trying to tell the sheriff's department, this isn't just a wander off missing woman. This is serious, homicide case potential. They didn't, my words, not theirs. And to take it more seriously. That's what I'm getting from what Savannah's sharing.
Okay. And I'm getting feedback in a loop from one of the computers. Okay, so let's keep. You guys have anything to say to that?
Bogey says, I mean, neighbors and friends from church, etc., would be phoned too. Yeah, I mean, you would think that, like, for instance, Annie would, and this is speculation on all of our parts, but would call like the lady that she was supposed to meet for church back, right? Like, because the lady called her and said, your mom's not here. Something's weird. Something's going on. And Annie and Tommaso obviously got in the car, went over to Nancy's house. Obviously, something was wrong. And then after, maybe even before she called 911, maybe right after, you would call her back and say, something's really wrong in this house. Right? Something's really wrong in this house. Thank you for calling. I don't know what it is. The back door's open. There's blood in the floor. Cameras missing. Lights tore down in the back. So you would think that her or Tommaso would have called that woman that called her. Very good point, Boki. Very, very good point. Yeah. Do they use her own car? Did they use her own car to drive her? We have no evidence of that. Don't know, though. I would ask when's the last time she saw her and if Nancy had said anything to her about any other plans. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, you're going to ask, did mom say she had any other plans today or whatever? Yeah.
About that, John, Bob?
I think you've nailed it.
Okay, so let's keep moving.
My mom, she was in tremendous pain. Her back was very bad. She was trying to, on a good day, she could walk down to the mailbox and get the mail, but most days not.
So mom has very limited mobility here. And we now can establish that's a truth that we know about medically through her daughter.
So there was no wander off.
So there was no wander off. She tells them. Okay. And so are they trying to convince the sheriff that you got to take this more seriously?
Hold on.
We know about medically through her daughter.
So there was no wander off.
Meaning she wasn't at the hospital.
So there was no wander off.
Meaning
she tells them.
At the hospital.
Okay. And so are they trying to convince the sheriff that you got to take this more seriously? Again, we don't know that, but it certainly does sound like there's some friction going on.
My grandmother.
Almost immediately in this situation.
Right. What's confusing is that anybody could have seen blood on the front porch.
She
Why would
drove
anybody
herself.
have to convince the sheriff that this is anything but a potential homicide. I
Okay.
mean, like, it seems like the facts are pretty clear.
And the doors were propped open.
Yeah.
And there was blood on the front doorstep. And the ring camera had been yanked off.
Yeah.
And so we were saying, this is
Yeah. Do something.
this is not okay.
Yeah.
This isn't, something is very wrong here.
Yeah. Did you guys talk about what possible?
Okay, so right off the bat, the family has introduced into the narrative the blood, the doors, and the cameras. Anything jump out in your thought process right as we're listening to this? And it sounds like they're the ones trying to convince the sheriff that those three things are problematic here.
I'm hearing an underlying tone of frustration.
Yeah. Someone just texted me a second ago and just made a really good point. If she was, let's say Nancy was taken out by ambulance, law enforcement would have that information to begin with, right? So, like, good point. All right. So you call 911 and you say, hey, something's wrong here, right? And then you call your mom or you call your sister and your brother and you say, mom's not here, something's wrong. We've called all the hospitals, but the police gets there. All you have to do is ask the police if there was any sort of reports or whatever from anyone. First of all, if she was at the hospital, first of all, if she had been taken from that place, there would be a report. So anyone's address, like if you're going to go buy a house, you can go and as a public citizen, you can go FOIA or ask. One second, y'all. I gotta.
That as if they're attempting to lead to the sheriff's department, to the place that they already are, where they've recognized this is a crime. The only caveat I'd add to that is that we don't know that the sheriff's department hadn't already come to that place and they were misconstruing the build up to getting additional resources out to inactivity. So that's another element that, unless I'm present and could watch this, I can't make a judgment, but it's very clear, and she's presenting very honestly that
remember
something was wrong very quickly.
Remember, it had to have taken.
Okay. What I was saying is you can, from every address, you can see how many times police, fire, ambulance has been to that address. Your address, you can get information because it is logged based upon address. It will tell you how many times the police has been at Nancy's home, how many times fire has been at Nancy's home, how many times ambulance has been at Nancy's home. So if the police got there, you wouldn't have to call hospitals because you have emergency services there. And you can say, was, emergency here earlier? Was ambulance here earlier? Even if, let's say, a neighbor called, it doesn't matter because it goes based off the address that the person was taken from as well. Right? So it does make you wonder, like, there's it to me, it just adds more questions.
A
It
little
really
while
does. It
because
just
they
does.
called
I hate
out
this.
a couple of dozen of their search and rescue team volunteers to the scene to begin a search, a ground search for Nancy. So this all took a while. Now, perhaps uh, Savannah got word through Annie or Tommaso that, hey, they're calling in all these volunteers, and we're pretty convinced she didn't just wander away. Why are they doing? We don't know the dynamic between Annie and Tommaso and the responding deputies, and what that relationship was like. So, it very easily could have been that they were expressing frustration to Savannah, which may have caused her to call the senator, who in turn called the sheriff. And that's, why she's telling this part of the story.
Okay. Karen, anything before we keep going?
No, let's keep hear more.
Could have happened. Like, what could have happened? What went down? Did you?
I think my brother, I mean, my siblings are so amazing. My brother, he spent his career in the military and worked in intelligence and is a fighter pilot and is brilliant. And he saw very clearly right away what this was. And even on the phone.
Stop there, Chris. So when I first heard this morning, I thought that comment was odd. And but later on, when I was listening to Megyn Kelly's show today, she had a guest on who is, I believe he's former FBI. I don't recall his name. But I've listened to him and seen him before. He seems to be very credible, in my opinion. But he's retired FBI, and what he does now is he does threat assessments for celebrities.
Excuse me.
And
Gosh.
he pointed out that most likely Savannah has had a significant threat assessment from someone like him, or perhaps even him. I'm not sure if he said that, but someone like him, and that the family would be involved in that too. So they do a threat assessment. They give them some training on abductions, ransoms, frauds, etc., etc.
I don't know.
And
Sassy just emailed me and she said, wouldn't 911 tell them when they call 911 to report her missing? They might say, if you call 911 and say, I just arrived at my mother's house. She's not here. I need the police or something like that. They may have a report of being called earlier. You know what I mean? They could. It was approximately 10 hours later that 911 was called by family, so that 911 information may not have been readily available in a big place such as Tucson. Plus, they had shift change. What do you mean, friendly? It was 10 hours later that 911 called by family. You mean with what I was just talking about? Is that what you mean?
so after I heard that, then to me, Savannah's comment made more sense about Cameron seeing this as a potential kidnap for ransom at that point.
John?
The only thing that I can observe from this is that she seems to be completely plugged in, and it tells me that her description of the scene is so compelling to the brother that he is willing to accept that. That also suggests to me the internal dynamic within the family. Savannah has said that it is so, and he is instantly willing to accept it. We don't know whether Annie called him to relay this information,
That's true.
but again, pure speculation, he may have needed to hear this repeated from Annie. Repeated from Savannah before he accepted it as being real.
That's fair.
Good
That-
point. Yeah.
That was my first thought too. We don't know who he talked to before he talked.
Right. So January, let's see here. September 2025 is when she got her Pima County Developmental Services electrical inspection conducted. And that's when she got her permit for her electric. And then January 5th, 2026 is when she got her electrical final inspection passed. It was a remote inspection, by the way. January 6th, electrical clearance inspection passed, remote inspection. Bond and ground confirmed complaint. When? Okay. So I don't think this is this electric person. They came in. When did the electric get done? It had to get done between September and January. Give me a second here. I'm checking something.
Talk to Savannah. Because Annie called Savannah, and why wouldn't she have picked
I've
up
never
the phone
heard
and
of a
called her
remote
brother
inspection.
right after
It's
Savannah?
remote inspection.
Exactly.
And say, "Mom's missing. Mom's gone. What do I do?" Okay, what's going on? Why should I? And now I think that's that guy needs to be in law enforcement if he came up with on the phone, this is a kidnap for ransom because of our sister.
Well, if he had had that training that the retired FBI guy is talking about, of course he's a fighter pilot. He's got a lot of life experiences.
Sure.
He knows how to
Did you know it was you've been in this business almost 40 years. Did you know it was a kidnap for ransom?
No.
Why not?
Yeah. What I'm saying though is
I see a cognitive dissonance is what's going on here. Honestly, I mean, think about it.
We don't have the entire picture.
Right.
We don't know that there isn't. This is like a pixel being reassembled.
We're filling in the gap. You're filling in the gap.
It's been a pixel that's been corrupted.
Right.
We're attempting to putting back together. So a lot of this is based on speculation as to who was told what they were told.
Well, one thing that we know for sure is that on January 30th, there's 31 days, right? Because she went missing, the 31st into the 1st. January 30th, Nancy Guthrie hosts friends at her home for the Mahjong or whatever that thing is, that game. During the visit, Nancy confirmed plans with friend Anne, we'll just call her Anne, I'm not going to say her last name, to attend this regular Sunday church live stream gathering scheduled for February 1st, 2026. The group routinely met at a friend's home to watch and recorded live stream of the New York service attended by Nancy's daughter, Savannah Guthrie. Friends later described Nancy as alert, engaged, and participating normally during the gathering. That was January 30th. That was Friday, right? Saturday, so they made plans while they were playing, while friends, whoever the friends were at her house on Friday, they made plans for Sunday, right? The next day, this is when at 5:32 p.m. Nancy travels to Annie and Tommaso's house in an Uber. And at 9:48, they are dropped off. Nancy's dropped off. 2 minutes later, the garage door closed. Yeah.
When they were told.
Right, because what happens is
I always wonder, like, that game that she played, the game that she played, we got pictures of her playing that game. And there, she would allegedly teach people how to play that game, like younger people and stuff. Was there someone, like a group of young guys or a young guy that maybe wanted to learn, but maybe took advantage of Nancy, had thought she had money? I don't know, like, was pissed off in some way. You know what I mean?
is, well, the guy's a fighter pilot, so therefore he must have all the knowledge, and he had some military intelligence background. So therefore he came up with the deduction of, hey, I'm telling you, this is a kidnap for ransom, and it's because of you. Okay, the sister. Okay, well, they didn't.
Yeah, Bogey, Daphne and I, we were looking at, there's like a little club, like in the same area that she would go
know
to
that
and
for a
play the
couple of
game as
days
well.
later when they get the Bitcoin request. Okay. The cops didn't know that. When they got there, they were looking at a walk away 84-year-old woman, and then there is no precedence for an 84-year-old woman to get kidnapped out of her house at 4 o'clock in the morning anywhere in the literature for ransom. That's how rare this is. And Gary has 119 years worth of data, and we can all
Yeah, they have 119 years between them. When's the last time you see an 84-year-old woman? When's the last time you've seen a case like this? Hey, Trishy, I agree with the panel consensus. The interview is scripted and weird. Not that Savannah isn't grieving into scripted and performing. I mean, I think there's things in there that probably the FBI's told her to say, for sure. You know what I mean? I feel horrible for Savannah, just horrible, and Cameron and all of them. I feel awful just for all of them. But that still doesn't mean that there's just not some questions.
we all know how he is. Karen, I'm sorry, you were going to say something, hon.
No, I understand that.
The last thing anyone wants to think about is family being involved. That's the last thing.
Savannah
God, I
has
pray.
nothing but huge respect for her brother, and love. And just because the brother is diagnosing before the getting all the facts, in her mind, the brother's right. Well, he's not even there yet. And I don't think the police knew what they had yet. And even in this interview, what makes this even more confusing is Savannah says later on in this interview, she's asked, do you think some of the ransoms were bogus? My words, not theirs. And Savannah says, yeah. You know, you could tell she's like, she doesn't really know what to believe. She thought a couple of them might be, we'll hear her say that. So, she puts a lot, if you love your siblings and you have utmost respect for them, you could maybe have that person maybe has undue influence and it can cloud your judgment. Not that he didn't want to. I mean, maybe he honestly felt like, and to your point, Bob, from the prior training, that this.
Yeah, the ransom note came after. And I get it that the lens of this family is a little bit different than other families because Savannah is in such a high profile position. So I get the brother may think kidnapping or whatever, but ransom, uh, you just don't hear of ransom anymore. Like, when's the last time you've heard of a ransom letter in a case like this? When's the last time you've heard of ransom? Well, it's been a long time for me. I don't
Was
even remember the last
a
one.
kidnap ransom situation, but it certainly doesn't appear to be that way 52 days later.
I'm just, again, when I first heard that early this morning, I thought it was odd. Okay, wow, that's a hell of a leap. But then, like I said earlier, once I heard this retired FBI guest that Megyn Kelly had on explain why he could have made that leap so far, then okay, I agree with that. I can see him making that leap at that time based on what he knew from what Savannah told him. So that's my point.
Okay, no, it's
Jean Benet, and look how that ransom letter showed up. Jean Benet. That was a 2-pager with the exact amount of how much John's bonus was on, and still Jean Benet was downstairs dead in a room that really nobody would know.
it's a solid point.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. But that's a huge leap.
Yeah, it is a huge leap.
Without the facts.
And
Without the
statistically, it would have really lined more in line with an SA.
Yeah, again, you guys know how I said that I believe one or two of the ransom letters, but I don't believe it's for ransom. I believe it's just a distraction, just like in John Benet's case. This ransom letter was nothing. She was downstairs dead in the basement. It was just a distraction, in my opinion. That's all. For what reason? Other than distract? Give me one reason. Right? Just like I think whatever in this case is exactly for the same reason, to not just distract. They didn't show Nancy's body, right? They potentially said some valuable information about certain things of the case, but they didn't show her body. They waited 4 days to get getting around to sending this ransom letter. They didn't send it to the family. They sent it to TMZ and 2 local media outlets. You're going to want to get your money and move the fuck on down the road real quick. If you're there for ransom, you're not going to want to sit there and, you know, watch an 84-year-old that doesn't have her medicine. No, with a heart condition, time's ticking. Doesn't work like that.
Not a kidnap for ransom. And, right? I mean, all the statistics tell us that 84-year-old women who, there's an SA component theoretically. at
Very
2 o'clock
possible.
in the morning with, blah, blah, blah.
But why take the body, Chris? My argument last
I'm with you.
night was that the kidnapping for ransom may have been an afterthought. The purpose was to remove her.
Right.
But I think at this point.
Yeah, this was I agree with him 1,000,000,000%. The ransom was an afterthought. It is, in my opinion, it's a distraction. It's not there. They were not there to get money from Nancy as far as a ransom goes. That was an afterthought as a distraction, in my opinion.
Point we're actually quibbling over minor elements.
Yeah.
We're actually looking at a situation where we're now getting information revealed from Savannah that gives us, I think, a slightly more accurate picture of what was encountered at the scene.
Right. And just so I can help Bees here.
Got there.
And by the way, I have a memory that is very deep. And you always come in here and try to stir the pot, which I appreciate, and I love you for that. However, I would think you would slow down a little bit more because I'm starting to remember you more and more. And you're going to be booted. So enjoy the opportunity while you had it. That said, I want to go back to the next piece of this where her brother has figured it out before the investigators.
He knew. And he said, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom. And I said, yeah. What? Well, why? What? And then.
Oh, damn. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh my God. It could be because of his background. It could be. Oh my God. This is bad. How did Cameron say, I think she's been kidnapped for ransom whenever 4 days later, there's this ransom letter that came out? 4 days later. We hadn't got a ransom letter yet. Now, it could be because of his training, Brandy. It could be. But again, why wait 4 days? Who tell me the last time you've seen someone wait 4 days for a ransom letter? Is it that someone's been talking to Cameron before Cameron spoke to Savannah? It could be that. It could be that as well, Princess. It could have been because of his training, he gave someone the idea to write that letter, to do that. That's why it took so long. Just saying. Don't know. But you got to ask these questions. Why are all of these things showing up? All of these weird little things.
sounds so like how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me?
Very serious, Sherry.
And I said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
I feel so bad for Savannah.
I hope not. I mean, we still don't know. Honestly, we don't know anything.
No.
We don't know anything. So I don't know.
So it was a kidnap for ransom that they really don't know anything about. Right?
No, I think, Chris, they would probably want to jump to that conclusion because that's a far more comforting place to assume your mother is than the other option, which is that she's been brutally unalived. So that would be a safe place to go. All right, she's been kidnapped for ransom. We'll come up with the money and mom will be fine and be alive. I can see how they could get to that place.
I'm with you. So what I would want to know is it's during this time when
Good question.
the guy in
Flat.
Hawthorne has injected himself into the phones of Annie and Tommaso. It's during all this time.
Hold on. What?
Into the guy in Hawthorne has injected himself into the phones of Annie and Tommaso. It's during all this time. Let's think about that for a moment. And there's a 9-second phone call to somebody in the family
And some text, I think.
that we don't even know who that somebody is. Okay. Now, if you think about that, okay, I'm going to do something real fast, staying on this thought process. Hang on real fast. Sorry. You have a 9-second phone call to somebody in the family, and you have 2 text messages sent from this individual in Hawthorne, California. And now you have the family.
That guy's really
going,
weird, Derek.
Look, this is a kidnap for ransom. First of all, kidnappers usually only reach out to the family. They don't send it.
No, I don't think for a second you can't convince me that Cameron is involved. Not a chance. Not a chance. Or Savannah is involved. Now, the people that Nancy was last seen with and the people she was around every day and some of the stories and what the investigators have done, that's a different story. I don't think, and I don't, Chris has said it as well, nothing with Cameron or Savannah. I feel absolutely horrible for him. But the guy that's Derek in California, the one who was charged, the one that was in a band, and I got to do that live stream about his dad and stuff. I've found some things on it, and it's very weird. Yeah, Derek, the one who was in the band. He texted allegedly Tommaso and Annie. It was a 9-second call. All that. The real weird, very weird guy.
To the media, They don't send it to,
TMZ.
TMZ, a couple of different letters. Okay. And so now that brings into this question on the bigger questions here. What does this mean?
Okay. What is this? After Miranda warning, Catalina admitted to sending the 2 text messages. He admitted to texting the VoIP account that's like a Google number or whatever. Hold on, my phone's being silly. From which 2 actual text messages come from. Catalina stated that he pulled family information from a cyber website and that he had been following along and watching TV. When he said that he sent text messages, he was trying to see if the family would respond. Data received shows that approximately 3 minutes after the text messages, Catalina called a family member of the Nancy Grace, which lasted 9 seconds. The 2 text messages have been linked on February 2nd, 2026. Ransom demand.
Second phone call, 2 text messages to Annie and Tommaso. Why did this guy arbitrarily pick Annie and Tommaso when the family is already thinking kidnap for ransom? It's another, for me, it's another, this doesn't make sense.
So this was the first ransom letter, right? The first ransom letter. Remember, this was February 2nd, right? Nancy had only been, like, it had just started. It had just started. There was no ransom letters. There was no ransom talk at this time with the media. There was no ransom anything in the news that I recall at this time. This is just 24 hours or less than Nancy was abducted. But Cameron, the brother, again, he's got training and stuff. He's already talking about ransom and all that. And I don't think Cameron has anything to do with it. I think might have been fed this, if you will, potentially. But regardless, how does this guy, Derek, how does he text allegedly Annie and Tommaso, or call them and text them for ransom letter?
This is not lining up. Why does this guy decide in Hawthorne, you know what, I'm going to inject myself into this because the brother's already thinking this is a kidnap for ransom. I might as well be that guy and plug myself into the problem. Okay. What if
why he contacts them? It suggests to me that he doesn't believe that they are going to report it to law enforcement, that it will remain a confidential communication.
Yeah, and so that goes back to that
Hold on,
big
what?
community. They are going. It suggests to me that he doesn't believe that they are going to report it to law enforcement, that it will remain a confidential communication.
Yeah, and so that goes back to that big conversation about what is Annie going to tell her sister, and did she call her brother as well, and what did she?
What is, because remember, you got to remember, you've got to remember this part. All of the information, right, is coming from Annie and Tommaso, because Annie and Tommaso are the ones that live in Arizona. They are the ones that are going to be calling Savannah and giving the information. They are the ones going to be calling Cameron and giving the information of what they know, of what they think, of what they've seen, of what they heard, of what they feel. Right? Big thing.
Say to him, enter the UFED and the phone dump.
I got a question for Bob. You know that security training you were just talking about a couple of minutes ago? That famous celebs,
Yes.
like royal family. What's that called again?
I think he referred to it as the threat assessment for celebrities.
Okay.
I don't know what. Yeah.
No, this is just kind of an off the wall question, Bob, but would Savannah's sister and brother-in-law have been part of that threat assessment in Savannah's circle?
Perhaps, yes.
So they would have undergone the training potentially, we don't know.
Yeah, or had some awareness of it. Now, I don't know to what extent. He didn't elaborate, but yeah, he may have said it explicitly. I don't remember, but he at least implied that the family is included in this training. So, yeah. So Annie, Tommaso, the people closest to the celebrity, okay, along with Cameron and maybe Cameron's wife. I don't know.
No further questions from me on that. Not that we're hypothetically prosecuting anything.
Yes.
Redirect.
These are questions.
Okay, counselor.
On TV.
She's my mom, and somebody thought, oh, that lady has money. We can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside.
That makes me so sad when she says that.
That it's because of me.
Now think about that burden.
40 minutes to stage.
So horribly painful to watch her, and she's carrying that. It's just tremendously so sad.
I know. And whoever is making Savannah, whoever, stranger or family, whoever is making her carry this, go to hell.
You know, if this was my case, I would turn to the group right now and say, I want to know everything about the sibling rivalry. I want to know everything about Annie's high school years and Savannah's high school years.
Savannah has talked a little bit about, and she said she was more of the wild one growing up. She was like, Savannah said, like, for the first few years of, like when she was a teenager, she was really like in no direction. She was just kind of hanging out with her friends and all that. And it was like a little bit later till she got it together. I think Annie is, I think they're, you have 10 different kids, they're going to have 10 different personalities, right? And each kid has their own personality. But to me, Annie seems like um the vibe that I get from her, she's like the poetry, um, nature, earth, moon, wind, fire, patchouli, um, kind of person, like poetry, uh, going to the, you know, events that support all of these kind of things. You know what I mean? Um, kind of like how she expresses herself. She's really big into like that's how I feel like how she expresses herself, and um that's important to her. That's the word, metaphysical. Thank you, Jen. Which I like some medical physical stuff. I really do actually. One of my favorite people of all time is Louise Hay, God rest her soul, and Dr. Wayne Dyer. Love them.
I want to interview all of her friends from high school.
We need 40 likes to get
I
to
want to see how
1,000.
close these two sisters are. And if there's anything in the background, I'd like to know about that as we move forward in this investigation. Because this is like the perfect setup for Savannah to say, "You mean I did all of this? I did this?" And her brother saying, "Yes, you did this because of your celebrity." And then we have the guy doing this who can't even figure out how to take the camera off the.
I mean, this is the thing. A lot of times there is a little jealousy, even if it's not pointed out. If you have a sibling that is mega successful, and just from, and I really don't mean, because success is really in what you think success is, right? You can be um, a physicist, or a surgeon, or a painter, or you know, a stay-at-home mom. Success is truly in what you think success is. But if you are not content in where you're at as well, I think someone getting more attention, more wealth, that kind of thing, and you might be struggling or not happy, and it seems like that. I mean, if Tommaso worked his job, teachers don't get paid enough. Uh, there can be a little bit of resentment.
Door, and who's propping two doors open in the back of the house, and who's wearing a costume on numerous occasions to come back to the house and raising his wrist so high. Okay. It almost feels like I'm watching a high school drama unfold in front of me. I can't believe this with this poor woman who, in my opinion, is as much as a victim as her mother.
I agree. And what was I going to say? And also, I mean, this is the thing about it. Caregiving is really hard. whether Nancy was like bedbound or not, right? You could tell her health was declining severely in the last few years based upon her pictures. Caregiving is very hard. If you've ever done it, you know, and it is emotionally exhausting. It is physically exhausting, all of that. And if you are going through other stresses in life, and you're the child that is there taking care every day, that makes it very difficult as well. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just trying to point out different avenues, I guess. We need 10 more likes to get to 1,000. I don't know. I mean, I just think there's a lot of
And
questions here.
and so her,
And I hope, God, I hope 100% wrong on this aspect of it. But even if you know, everybody is, there's then the police were looking a lot of places like this as
and her
well.
brother, because they're not here.
Thank you.
We can prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They are not here. There are ones in Vermont at the time, and one was in New York City at the time.
Mm-hmm.
They're off the plate for me, 1,000%. But it seems like there may be other individuals who are dictating the narrative in this investigation. And you have the sheriff now coming out
and not only that, I mean, you got to think about it like this as well. Savannah might be the matriarch of the family now, right? Like, and she might be the breadwinner and the one with uh that gets the most attention and all that. But when it comes to Nancy, right? Cameron and Savannah are going to look to Annie for all the answers. They are, both of them, no matter what, they are going to look to Annie for all those answers because they don't know. Annie's there with their mother every single day. She takes care of Nancy every single day. Right? So they are kind of left in the dust because if you're not with someone every single day and you don't take care of them every single day, it's different. Yes, Yvette, he is, honey. So tell us what happened. Tell us what's going on.
saying what he said, but we already know his personality, and we already know that he potentially could be a liar under oath.
Allegedly.
Let me throw a monkey wrench question into this. Then why was the home cased on January 11th?
That's a great question. I think they're looking for the car. I don't think they're looking for the suspect at the front door. I think they're looking for the vehicle the suspect used to come into the neighborhood.
Yeah, but I don't think Chris still answered his question. Like, why is the suspect there on the 11th?
That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the guy. They know the guy's there. If that picture is accurate, they're looking for how this person got in there and who drove that car. It's like, what if they see that vehicle and it just happens to be one of the vehicles they have in impound?
Presuming it's the same vehicle used both times.
Correct. I agree, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think they're looking for, cosplay man, that night. I think they're looking for.
I think this is a paid. I'm not going to do it. You can do it, please, or whatever.
Maybe more than one. There's got to be a car because they took her out of here in a vehicle.
Yeah, I agree. They definitely had to have a vehicle.
So that's what they're trying to connect, and that's why they're going back. In my opinion, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's much more logical to chase the car than it is to chase, the boogeyman here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the car. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Why were they so quick to dismiss the car that was seen 2.5 miles from Nancy's house on that was a little bit outside of that perimeter that a reporter found? Or
Maybe they haven't.
Reporter.
Maybe they haven't dismissed it.
Just publicly, you're saying they just.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, it wouldn't be the most tragic element to lie to the reporters.
Yeah, we know, John.
You know that. I mean, I used to work with your predecessor, Dave Parrish, and I never lied to him. But you could lie by omission.
You could omit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those sins of omission as opposed to commission, something I learned in seminary, or when they wanted to send me to seminary.
Yeah, and then we think through this even further, right, as we go on here about some of the things that we've seen, and we'll get into that here in a minute because let's get through part one.
Yeah, we still have a lot to get
Yeah,
through.
let's get through
2
part
hours.
one and then we'll jump into part
I'm
two.
sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry.
My
See,
heart
she's
breaks for her.
apologizing to her
God.
mom because she is feeling this depth and this pain.
You can just feel her pain. You can just feel Savannah's pain. I mean, her poor tear ducts have to be sore. Have you ever cried so much your tear ducts are sore? Just the unbelievable suffering that she has done, has lived through all of them for the last 2 months is so sad. So sad. And you know what pisses me off? You know what really pisses me off? Is the dumb Nanos in this little Corvette. That's what pisses me off, is Sheriff Nanos for delaying this case, in my opinion. Delaying talking with the FBI, sharing resources, sending it to the correct labs. That's what pisses me off. And I think at the very least, this mofo has delayed pain and grief of not finding answers sooner for Nancy. I think that's one thing almost everybody can agree on.
Okay. I mean, this is heart-wrenching to watch, but I think it's important, for the totality of this thing. And I think it's important to critique the not her, but the gaps within this investigation. Based on what she's saying, what are the gaps that are being exposed? We didn't know about the doors being propped open. We didn't know about her leaving the house in her pajamas with no shoes. I mean, these are like huge pieces of this puzzle, okay? And which has been holdback information from the authorities. So did she have a conversation with Nanos and said, hey, I'm going on this interview and I'm going to tell them what I know?
Mm-hmm.
And if Nanos said, yeah, go ahead and do it, well, why didn't he get out front and do it?
Well, we're going to get to the point here in just a moment where Savannah is asked how she feels about the pace and of the investigation, and I'll play it and then we'll all comment on it.
Okay.
I'm
Sad,
sorry, my
Shannon.
sister and my brother and my kids and my nephew and Tommy.
She's defending the entire thing. And then she mentions Tommy last.
Yeah.
That's an interesting presentation.
My brother-in-law, I'm like so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Now, there has been reports that allegedly Nancy and Tommy has had some rough times, which can, it happens in every family as well, but it just makes you wonder.
If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so
I mean, this gal is taking on the stress of this entire incident.
We want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom.
In the initial days, you and your sister and brother sat together. In all the despair, you sat and managed to think of words to say. How were you able to do that in that moment?
Well, my siblings are amazing. And we are a unit. And I talked about how brilliant my brother is, but my sister is equally brilliant and also has special powers of intuition.
That bothers me. That always I mean, we all have intuition and stuff, but I just don't know if I'm going to mention that in this interview. How the intuition of my sister, it's just like, is she given intuition to your brother?
And faith and language and depth and heart. And I feel like we came together with all these beautiful gifts.
You know, she didn't mention her brother-in-law.
Came from our mom and dad and from God, and somehow
I mean, I think we all have intuition or instincts. She's Wiccan. Dark lady laughed and danced and lit the candles one by one. Ding, ding.
together
That's what I think of.
we did our best to
I agree, Bogey.
come up with
A
the
little
words to say.
Just different.
And I haven't
Hello, I
posted
see
one
you.
thing or said one thing that the three of us haven't decided together. It is surreal. It's how is it possible that we are having to make a video speaking to a kidnapper?
Now that's interesting because she's saying that they came up with the verbiage. And when I think we all know that the BAU was involved in developing that letter.
Yeah, it sure seems scripted to me. All of those statements they made early on.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
And she mentions the siblings all came together as a unit, a single unit. And then
that's fair. That's fair. Didn't mention Cameron's wife as part of the unit or whatever. But we also haven't seen her as well. Yeah.
This, the thought process just before that was brother, sister, family, and Tommy. It was almost like, I need to mention Tommy.
I don't know, Sassy.
Who took an 84-year-old woman in the dead of night in her pajamas with no shoes, without her medicine. This little person. And to beg for mercy.
In the days that followed, multiple notes demanding payment were sent to various media outlets.
The ransom notes or ransom requests came. Did you believe those to be real?
There are a lot of different notes, I think, that came. And I think most of them, it's my understanding, are not real. And I didn't see them. but you know, the person that would send a fake ransom note really has to look deep.
Hold on. I thought the family did see the ones that the news sent, the was sent to the news. Because I thought the news, I could be wrong on that, but I thought the news said that they just shared it with the FBI or the family.
It
Maybe I'm
themselves.
wrong.
Yeah. To a family in pain. But I believe the 2 notes that we received, that we responded to, I
Okay.
tend to believe those are real.
Okay. Savannah's making it clear here now.
Really?
Never mind.
When the Ring camera video surfaced and you could see who that person was, just tell me what you thought when you saw those images of the person who took your mother.
I mean, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
It's just totally terrifying. And I can't imagine that is who she saw standing over her bed.
That's sad, man.
I can't. It's too much.
Yeah.
And I'm glad and grateful to the investigators and the technology companies that were able to find that video. To, I hope,
Listen to this.
at least with people of good heart and compassion, stop the irresponsible and cruel speculation that had started to swirl.
She means with her
Let's talk
family.
about that for a minute.
I'm glad that people saw
Yeah.
what came to our door.
Now she's talking here. The what I get is like the speculation around her brother-in-law and her sister. I'm glad they got this footage to because this is what came to our door. And she's right. This is not Tommaso. This is not Annie. That is for damn sure.
Yeah.
But
when you talk about the cruel speculation, the whispers, the innuendo that it was somebody in your family, how did you weather that?
It's unbearable.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a question based on just that alone. Why are you impounding my car?
absolutely. Fuck yes. Why are you impound? And I've said precisely the same thing. Why are you keeping Annie or Tommaso's car longer than anybody? If they are if they are the victims in this, right? Why are you keeping their car the longest? Why do you keep going to their house, taking out stuff over and over? Why are you going to their neighbors? Why are you searching the neighbors' backyards, the neighbors' cameras, the neighbors' campers?
Officer, detective, why are you impounding the car? Well, it's the last place your mom was seen, so you can understand.
Nope, I can't.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Can we search your vehicle? Absolutely. Okay. We also like to give you a polygraph. Why are you giving me a polygraph? I haven't done anything. I'm not involved in anything. Well, you know what? We just got to check the box and take you out of the circle.
That's what they say. We just got to check the box.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, by the way, we need your phones and we need to download all the information on your phones. Well, why are you doing that? I didn't do anything.
Several.
I'm not involved in this. I know we just got to check the box. Hey, would you mind if we come over tonight at 10 o'clock and search your garage? Why? You know, we just got to check the boxes. Okay. All right. No problem. Come on over. Oh, by the way, we need to search your house too. And we need to take stuff out of your house in bags, not only during the day, but 10 o'clock at night.
Multiple times.
We're gonna remove stuff out of your house in bags, so that later on you can go say that the public looked at your family and it's their fault.
Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Fuck yes, Chris. This is my problem, right? You've got Sheriff Doofy over here literally doing all of these things Chris just mentioned, like I have mentioned, like everyone else has mentioned. You should be ashamed at looking at this person or that person or whatever. But motherfucker, we ain't the one doing it. We ain't the one doing it. It's your office. It's Doofy. It's your office. Right? Why are you not? If they're so clear, kumbaya. Great. Great. Tell us how you cleared them. How'd you make that determination? Clear, whatever their names are. Daly and Carlos. Clear it. Get right on with it. I mean, truly, Savannah is a very smart person. She's an attorney. She's very bright. She's beautiful. All of this thing. But you've got to know that after all of these things done, you're doing this to the family, searching all this, doing all this, checking all those boxes. Not anybody else. Yeah, they had to have probable cause. Hell yeah,
Solid
they had to have
points.
probable cause. They had to convince
Am I
a
missing
judge.
something?
No, the whole world.
Yes, they had to have probable cause to convince a judge to not only go to that house, but to go back to that house and to go back to that house and to take this out of the house. Who, what, when, where, how, all those things. Again, I pray to the good Lord in heaven that they have nothing, they know nothing, that the investigators was just on the wrong track. But come
World
on, man.
has seen those points too, and so they're valid questions.
And again, I am just as suspect of others in this case as well, because again, they went there with the search warrant. A search warrant, it's not easy to go in someone's house, and you can't just start digging throughout the entire house. By the way, it's certain points in the house where you believe something is. Okay? You just can't say, "Oh, we're going to start rummaging through your entire house." Well, there's certain points why we believe it's there. It's very strict.
To ask, and it's too bad the interviewer Hoda, I don't watch the Today Show, so I don't really know these people, but I think her name is Hoda. You know, maybe she'll ask some more probing questions tomorrow, but she sure didn't in this interview.
John?
I think that the whole purpose of the interview is got very little. I mean, yes, there was some solid nuggets of information that weren't previously available, but the entire purpose of the interview is, all right, I'm going to make the preface right now. There are going to be people that are going to think that I'm as cold as that bag of spinach at the bottom of your freezer. The whole purpose of the interview is to sell advertising.
Yep.
And to gin this story and get viewers. Now, that doesn't mean that that Hoda is completely bereft, or
Well, that's all the in-network cares about, and he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
the producers are bereft
They
of
care
human
about story.
sentiment.
They want more.
But we've got to look
than
at the entire purpose of the interview. Yes, an element of the American public want to know about it, and they can make money off of it. And I'm sorry if that makes me sound
It's true.
hard, but you know, at some point, you know what? In my life, I no longer have the right to be naive, and I abandoned naivete a long time ago. So I've just got to sit and look at this interview and go, look at it for what it is. It's to improve ratings for NBC.
You go, John.
Exactly.
And by the way, don't
Guys, I'm going to end it here. I've been here 4 hours and 6 minutes. I can no longer feel my legs or my bum. I'm going to drop this link in chat. It's a very long live, apparently, that Chris and them did. I started at an hour in this interview, and it's like 4 hours long, and there's still another hour. We've only gotten to like an hour because I've been yapping on this. Make sure you sub up to the interview room, Chris from the interview room. 1 second. We can go over. There's a couple more parts in different sections of this that I want to go over, but not tonight. I've been here 4 hours. My God, I can't believe I've been here 4 hours. Time flies with you guys. Let me make sure I got Chris's link in there. Make sure you guys sub up to Chris from the interview room. Chris, John, and Bob, and Karen, she was reporter as well. They all know. It's not their first rodeo, to say the least. Does America still have 60 Minutes? Absolutely. They should do a story on this. 60 Minutes is still here. Yep. I watched 60 Minutes America, and I watched 60 Minutes Australia. They're on the lab After Dark. That one. Go chill out with them over there if they're live. Australia 60 Minutes is good. It's very good. Yeah. Very, very good. Thank you guys so much for joining. I love you, adore you, appreciate you. You guys are amazing. I'll be back, Lord willing, tomorrow. I'm hopefully going to do 2 lives tomorrow. We'll see. I want to do the Soto case. I want to go over the court docs and what happened. The son, I forget his name, Christopher, he was sentenced to 3 death, I think it was death sentences, I'm pretty sure, which he should have been. It's very disturbing, though. I want to see if Daphne will do a live stream, the members only, tomorrow, about the guy that did the ransom note, Derek in California, who and his dad and stuff. We'll see about that. Love you guys. Thank you, mods, members, chat, everyone. Appreciate you truly so much. Thank you for joining. Much love, everyone. God bless.